Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. Today we are making pumpkins, and yes, this is real. So I went to the store and I got my idea was to get some pumpkins, but these are like miniature pumpkins, if you guys can see. So yeah, I thought these were super adorable. I did have 3, and I've cooked one up for my dog. So we're working on the 3rd one right now. So this is the picture. If it's that way, lovely picture that way. Of the last 3rd and final pumpkin that I have for tonight. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and delete the default cube right here. We're gonna add a UV sphere to this. So let's go add, and we'll go to let's see, the UV sphere. Let's go G, bring this up. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to scale this outwards so you guys can see what's going on. This pumpkin is, it's got a little bit of a ridge, like, compared to the other pumpkins. I mean, like, it's not as flat, but it is pretty flat. So, it doesn't have a lot of detail with this particular pumpkin, but there are, little bits that I guess we could use for detail. So, what I'm going to do, let's squish it down just ever so slightly. And let's go to edit mode. We'll subdivide this a couple of times, and then we'll go to sculpt mode. So in sculpt mode, we want to make this flat on the top, flat on the bottom, as we did the other 2. So let's go ahead. Where did I leave the option? Ooh, right. Okay. So let's go with this one. I'm pretty sure it was this one. I've got something in my eye. Oops. Not a good thing to hit the microphone there. Right, okay, so we're going to increase the strength. Let's increase the radius as well. Let's get rid of this top bit. It's pretty flat. Maybe we should do a side view as well so you guys can see. Just at the side what I'm doing. So, yeah, we want to make the top of this flat as we can. About there. And then make the bottom relatively flat as well. Just about there. I would say maybe this would work. I think it's a little bit too flat on one side, but it's okay. You know, we can learn from this. So let's go with blob, and we'll go add. We're going to add the little ridges on the side. So as I counted, there was about 12, I think, going all the way around. So you want to go 6 aside. Let's turn down that radius just a little bit. We're just going to pull this out. So we've got 1 here. Just go all the way around. 2, just up at the base here. 3, I'm going to try and get that 12 in, but to be honest with you, I think, like, with this being our own design, maybe we'll miss that mark. What are we on now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 6, 7. Yeah, we could probably do this. 8. Maybe not. 9. I think we're on 9. 10. 11. Just there. Yeah, I think we could just, like, kind of squeeze that in. Just go around the outside, just kind of move this in, mosey on some of the details over kind of thing. Remember, this is your design, so you can do this any way that you want. I'm going to go ahead and just smooth off these edges right here, because it tends to be a lot more smoother at the bottom than it is at the top. Just kind of come in there, smooth that out. And then what I'm going to do for this middle bit is I'm going to minus. So let's go with this one. I'm just going to turn down the radius up here. Oops. Go the opposite way, go minus. So we have that nice little dip that's coming in the middle, and then we can go plus. Bring the radius out again, and kind of just pull these in ever so slightly to the middle. Doesn't matter if it twists around and stuff, because it's fine. Maybe I'm just going to smooth this out as well, just at this bit. Oops. You know what, you can backtrack if something goes wrong as well, so you can get to just smooth this out. Think. Just gonna pull that up just ever so slightly, just there. And we can go ahead and add these little ridges on top. Just as such. Just bring that out a little bit more. A little bit more definition in certain places. Okay, so once you've finished this, we can go to object mode, shade smooth, and you'll have something like this. Now, it's probably not perfect. It's probably not going to be the way that you kind of want it to be, but you can go onto modifier if you want to, because this is quite smooth. We could go with smooth on the modifier. You can smooth it out a little bit. Just as such. So, there are certain parts of this project that I kind of want to get rid of like that. Let's go sculpt mode. I'm just going to go and soften this down just a little bit on this little bit. Oops. Let's go for a minus right here. Let's pull that down a little bit. Don't think it wants to go on there, but that's fine. Let's backtrack and see what we can do. Yeah, there we go. There's the backtrack. So let's minus that off just a little bit. So, we've kind of got this nice little part going on, and we can do the smooth modifier if you want to. Just to kind of pull some of that detail off it a little bit. So, the next bit that we need to do is the stalk. So we can go add, cylinder. Press G, bring it up, and then we're just going to go edit mode, take this top face right here, press G to bring it down, scale it inwards just a little bit, and then we can go with E to bring it up, scale it inwards, and what we can do from here is go E again, scale it all the way inwards, and we will select everything with A. Right click, subdivide, right click, subdivide, right click, subdivide. Let's go to sculpt mode, and then we can start to sculpt this a little bit, just like put some imperfections in it, pick up little bits, just do some random stuff, I guess. Let's just plus that a little bit. Gonna minus that just in the middle. You could do something like that if you wanted that. To be honest with you, I don't like this one. Let's I'm gonna backtrack with that bit just on mine, and I'm gonna start pulling at parts of it. Just kind of give it that phantom look. So yeah, you could do something like that. It totally depends on what you want your design to be. I'm just going to shade that smooth right there. So now we've got this nice little bit in the middle. What we're going to do, go to the shading tab. And we're going to add some textures to these and some colours. I'm just going to go ahead and scale this up just a little bit. Just in the middle, right there. As such. So, with the textures themselves, what you need is, let's go to new. And I'm going to go ahead and add. We'll go with, you can go with a noise texture on this. Go colour to colour. You get something like this. We'll go add colour ramp. Right in the middle here, plus, and then we're going to go orange. You go ahead and move that across if you'd like. We can scale this up. So it's a little bit more like this. And then what we can do, we can change the roughness so that it's got that nice little waxy tone going on. We could go plus. Add maybe a little bit of a yellow. Just to that. And then what I'm going to do is let's go with a noise texture and a bump. Colour into metallic, or you can do colour into roughness if you want to. Let's go with roughness. We can scale this up so we've got that nice little waxy kind of tone to it. And then what we can do is add a bump texture. Just to this on the outside, and then colour to height. Should have something like this in the end. So we can also alter the IOR as well, just to kind of pull some of that detail in or off what we don't need. I'm just going to go ahead and just make some amendments here. Okay, so it's got all these kind of like peppered little dots all over it. So what I'm going to do is let's take the colour ramp, let's take the noise texture, move these to the side. We'll add a mix. And you want to go with an add. So you got a 50-50 factor right here, clamp result. Let's go with the noise texture and the colour ramp once this is loaded in. Shift D, duplicate. And then what I'm going to do is we're going to do some black and white dots just on top of this. So we're going to go colour to B. Change the factor all the way. We're just waiting for this to load in. We're going to get rid of these two oranges that we have right here. So now we just have black and white. We're going to push these together so that they've got this nice little contrast going on. So you should have something that looks like this in theory. So what you're going to need to do, just go ahead. And that black should be right up against the white. What you can do now is just like remove the factors in the middle. In fact, that white, I could probably get rid of that one. And just bring the black up just a little bit. And then on the top one here as well, you can bring the black up a little more as well, just to give that nice little peppered look. So you've got that nice little undertone, and then you've got the overtone as well. It's going to make this a little bit more of a brighter orange. Say just about there. So now you've got these nice little white specks, and you've got the orange as well. And then you could add the orange at the bottom here too. So we could go with a nice little bright kind of yellow orange, just to offset the tones on this. So you should have something like this in the end. So what we can do now is we can do the stalk right here. Right click, shade smooth if you haven't already. We'll do new. These tend to be grey, so we can just put this kind of like a greeny grey. kind of theme. You can also go ahead and add a noise texture, color to base color, and then add the color ramp. So basically you're just experimenting with color at this point. So this nice little ash green. Just distort that slightly as well. And then by the end of it, we can add a plane into the background. So just press S for scale. G, bring it up. And I'm just going to go ahead and add some more lights in here actually. So it should be something like this once you're done. Make sure that your render engine is from Eevee and it is on Cycles. And that's your rough pumpkin. That's the third one that I have. I hope you guys enjoyed the tutorial and I will see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today I'm going to be teaching you how to build a walkway. Just a little sci-fi thing that I thought of. So I'm going to go ahead and just delete the default cube, and then I'm just going to go ahead and delete everything else just for the time being. I'm going to start with a plane. We'll rotate this by 90 and just scale this out. So, with our walkway, we're also going to go with another plane as well. So I'm just going to go Shift-D, duplicate this. We will rotate this again 90, and I'm just going to scale this in. So, once we do this, what I'm going to do is just pull this up to the side right here, and just scale it outwards again. So what we want some little sections in the middle that we can work with. So I'm going to subdivide it and subdivide again and subdivide again so that we can make these little holes that are coming in the middle. So we'll take this one, this one, this one, and this one, this one, and we'll just kind of do it 2 by 2 all the way down. Let's see. So I'm going to need another extra bit just on the end there. So what I'm going to do is just take this, select all these, E for extrude, just bring it outwards. And then we're going to go with the faces again. I think someone's burning something in the area, like I thought that was my computer there. Right, okay, so we've got these two, these two, these two, these two, and these two. So we're going to go ahead and click delete faces. So now we've got these holes that are in the middle. We're going to go A, select everything, E for extrude, and then we can go E for extrude again, and we can just scale this inwards just ever so slightly on the bottom. And then we can go ahead and select this side, just all of these bits at the bottom right here, just shift just to select them. Let's see what have we got. Right, sorry, just 1 second, just selecting everything. Okay, so on this section as well, we're going to go E for extrude, and then we'll scale this in ever just so slightly. So now we've got these little holes in the middle. What we're going to do is we're going to go and add, and we will add another plane. Bring this up just so that it's midway through the platform. Scale it up, and then scale it across. We'll go back onto the edit mode. Let's go subdivide, subdivide, subdivide. So we've got this nice little grate system going on here. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to, let's see, we'll go to object mode. We'll add modifier, search, wireframe. We're just going to pull this down just a little bit, so maybe about 5 meters. Just across right there. Object mode. So now we've got this nice little grating going on. I'm just going to go ahead and bring this up. Press G, bring it up. So now we've got this nice little grating system going across. So the next thing that we want to do is I'm going to take this, we'll leave it just as it is, we won't smooth it out. We'll go add, and we'll add a cylinder. So just pull the cylinder outwards, scale it up, we go G, just line it up with the edge right here, and we will shade this smooth. So what we're going to do with this, I'm going to put this just right here, press G and bring it across. So just make sure that it's nice and thin and it's roughly walking height, so to speak. So imagine that you had someone walking down here and you had this. We're going to go edit, take the top part right here again. If someone was walking down here, I want to see this is the right height. So I'm just going to put this down a little bit. E for extrude, bring it up. You want to press G and bring it forward just ever so slightly. E for extrude, G, bring it forward again ever so slightly. We'll rotate this as well at the ends. So now we've got this nice little pole. Right click and shade smooth. I'm going to go ahead and put this at the end right here. So what we can do with this, we can actually add a material to it. So I'm going to go with a nice grey material. So we'll go grey line. And then I'm going to go Shift D. And maybe we could go, let's see, we could go 1. Or you could go 5. So Shift D, 5. Shift D, go 5 again. Shift D, we'll go 5. Shift D, and 5. So you can see that it's just off the edge, just slightly here, but that's okay because we can elongate this just ever so slightly. So edit mode, and just select everything that's on this side. So maybe the platform just changes as it moves around. I'm also going to move this just outwards ever so slightly. So we're right there. So now we need some poles that go across. So we're going to go mesh, cylinder, G, bring it forward, R for rotate, and we'll go 90. Scale it outwards, and then scale it in, and then scale it outwards again, up to the point where this fits all the way across the bars on this side. So you can have these on the outside if you want to, on the inside, wherever you would like them. So, just going to shade this out just slightly. Right, so now we've got a bar coming across. Also what I'm going to do, I'm going to change this to cycles in a moment. So we've got this bar coming across right here. We could do drop down, we could go grey line. And Shift D again. And then Shift D again. Just go at the bottom right here. So we've got this nice little balcony, nice little kind of overlap. And then we'll go Shift D. And then we'll place one of these bars a little bit bigger. Just at the edge right here. Now at the edge right here, what you could do, scale this inwards just ever so slightly. We can change the colour on this one, so we can go with, let's minus that off, edit mode, minus that, let's go plus if it's not going to come off. We'll go with black, make this slightly metallic, and we'll assign this black to all of this. So now we've got a black railing. At the bottom here we can put some lighting on there, so I'm just going to go to add and we'll go cube. Scale this cube out. Scale it down. Press G, bring it up. Press G again. Bring it up just to the side right here. And what we can do, we can then stretch this out to the sides. And we can also make this an emission. Let's see, just going to move that to the side right there. Okay, so let's go to, let's take this wall. I'm just going to duplicate this, rotate this around 90, press G, bring it down. And then we'll select this just underneath, and then we'll go with emission, maybe red. So when we render this, you'll notice that nothing's happening currently, which means that we are still on Eevee. We need to change the cycles. So now we have this nice little red coming in, just at the bottom. I'm just going to intensify this just slightly so you can see through the grates. So if we come over to the grates right here, we can actually see through these. This could be great for, say, if you wanted some bad guys. Maybe it's a bad guys base. You know, this nice little red undertone. And we could even increase that red undertone actually. If I take this and I just go ahead, Shift D, and I duplicate it just on this side, and then Shift D, duplicate it on this side as well, just in the middle. And we should, in theory, get some red hue on the wall right there. So it's nice underlit red. Maybe we can intensify that just a little bit. And you could also possibly put another balcony above here if you wanted to. But to be honest with you, I think with the ceiling, you could probably put some strip lighting. I think that would look a little bit more attractive. So, with this as well, what we can do, we can go to the shading tab. We can get some texture on here. So if we go new, let's add a Veroni. So we go color to base color. We scale this up just a little bit. And then we can go and add a color ramp. Just right here. We can intensify this a little bit. Say take down the roughness. Pull up the metallic. Pull up that roughness just a little bit as well. Okay, so if you want that flat, that's a pretty good kind of thing. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to randomize this a little bit and then just turn these up as well. Let's see. And then maybe we could add a bump just to that as well on the height. So we've got that nice little texture coming in. Just put a little bit diffuse roughness on there. And then these grey bits as well, we could add a little bit of metallic so that they reflect a little bit more light. This wall, make it black. So now we've got this nice little kind of balcony thing going up. We also need some lighting on the other side as well. So maybe we could do that strip lighting actually. Take this white right here, pull this up. So there's this ceiling, and then the strip lighting that we could add in here. We can do cylinder. Rotate this by 90. Scale this outwards. Oops. So right here, just scale this outwards. Scale in. And then G to bring this up. Add. And then we can go emission. Now we've got this little emission that's coming up from above. You could also take this and you could place it onto the platform itself. Scale it down. Press G to bring it in. And we will get it just in the corner. And what we can do from here is just turn it up just ever so slightly. This floor as well, we can make it a little bit more lighter so we can see the detail. Maybe have some more strip lights just within the scene as well. So let's see if we can just grab that real quick. Just place these across, just to give it a little bit of extra light just at the side. And maybe you could tone this down just a little bit, just to give it some moodiness as well. So let's see, layout. Whoa, that's a bit bright. So this would be your balcony that we've just made. And this could be used in anything really. It could be used in a small project, it could be used in like game design or anything like that. I know Blender doesn't have a game engine anymore. Maybe they'll bring that back at some point, I don't know. But yeah, that was the tutorial for today. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take this and just put it sideways as well. Let me just check that real quick. So, select all of this. Select that light, select that light, and also the wall. I think that will all come together. Shift D, rotate this by 90, rotate this by 180. I kind of bring this together just at the side, and then all you need to do is just elongate this one just at that side as well. Let's see. I'm just going to go ahead and just remove one wall for a second. I just take this one. We go to edit mode and select all of this. E for extrude. Just bring it across. And then we're just going to go G and bring this down. So now we've kind of got this double wall thing going on. So you've got a little bit of background. So imagine you're stood there. Let's elongate that bit just ever so slightly. And then this should be the render that you've created. If you can see that. Yeah. So I mean, you could add more to that if you wanted to. I think I might neaten up just this kind of corner right here, and maybe put a corridor or something like that just going into the abyss wherever it's going. But yeah, that's how you make a balcony in Blender. So let's just scale this one, scaly, scale this one, and this should look better. And then we'll take the floor right here and just scale that outwards as well. So when all is said and done, this is how it should look. I don't know whether you want to stay for all the kind of flies to go in and stuff like that. I mean, like, you've got denoise as well. Up in the render section that looks like a camera. It will render in a load of detail, it's just it takes a little bit more time. It just doesn't put the fuzziness on there, it just kind of just blurs everything out, it denoises essentially. So yeah, if you guys like this tutorial, please like, subscribe, would really help me right now. I guess I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making a phone design. So basically what you need, I'm just going to go ahead and just find my phone design real quick on here. Like I need the pixel sizes for my phone. So what I'm going to do, let's go to output and I'm going to type in my phone size, and then I'll do 3080 on the other side, 3088 just on this side. Okay, so this should be the size for my phone. So what I'm going to do, press 1, so we got the side view. We're going to go view, align active camera to view. You're going to take the default cube right here, scale this up, and this is a great design, by the way, for people who've got movable wallpapers. You know the wallpapers where you move your phone and it kind of does this thing with the picture where it goes like this. So this is really great for that. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go to edit mode. What you want to do is take off this front face right here. So we're going to go delete faces. So now we've got this back face right here. We want to go G. And if you can, through this setting, you want to go backwards. Let's just come out of that a minute. Let's go G. Move this back. I'm just going to go ahead and split the atom right here. So this side we can view the camera. Okay, so this is going to be kind of like a little room. So we're going to press G, move this up, kind of thing. And what I'm going to do, let's make this box red. Where are we at? Yeah, okay, so let's make this box red. So we've got that right there. What I'm going to do, let's go to edit mode. This space right here, I'm going to go plus at the side. We're going to go new. This will be a new material. Don't forget to click assign. And what I'm going to do is maybe make this kind of like a dark red kind of thing. Come back to object mode. Go to shading tab. And we're just going to add a couple of textures onto these walls so it makes it look a little bit more 3D. So we've got this right here. We're going to go add texture, and you want to go noise texture into this one right here, and you'll notice that it changes from the nice deep red that we had to kind of like this kind of spottiness. So we're going to go add. Let's go with color ramp. Oops, what's going on there? Let's go add color ramp right in the middle right here. You want to basically put the black towards the white and then maybe a red in the middle just to make that tone back. Just as such. Maybe a little less black, but certainly just bring the red in with the white as well. So as well you want to go add and bump. So we're going to do bump texture. Colour to height, so you've got that nice little fluffiness. Want to rough that up a little bit, keep your metallic down, and then you can kind of like just lower your IOR as well. For the walls themselves, what we can do is we can go add, and we can do texture. You want to go down to the actual walls themselves, the texture that you need. So go to your material, go to the wall material that you have right here. We'll name this wall. Let's go to add, and then I'm going to do texture of Veroni. Just in there like that. Scale that up a bit. I'm going to take down the random as well, so it's kind of squared. And then we'll add color ramp kind of thing. We'll go plus. We just have a little bit of red in there as well. And then we will add a bump texture in there onto the height. That should load in at the moment. Or we could put this to distance. Get the strength as well, or just leave it as normal. It's up to you. So we have this now, and if we go to layout, this is what it should look like. I'm going to go ahead and just tone down the shine on that by moving up the roughness as well. And this is kind of like, I think it's a bit of a weird project, but it's just kind of something that I was like, you know what, it'd look really good for Halloween, this. So let's get rid of this light right here. We'll go, you know what, I'm going to put the light back. I'll put the light back, hold on. Let's press G, and I'm going to put the light just in front of the camera so you guys can kind of see into the room. So when we render it, it should look something like this. And we can pull the lighting up a little bit. Maybe just move it inwards. Just kind of have that weird kind of games kind of theme going on. And I think that's it for the tutorial. I don't know, I kind of had an idea for this, and it was kind of like, I don't know. I don't quite like it, but if you guys like it for a phone background, I mean, like, you know, each to their own. But yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So we're going with like the Greek kind of Athens theme, the kind of Roman kind of look. So for this particular tutorial, we're going to go ahead and make a pool today. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the default cube. I'm just going to go ahead and turn my screencasting keys on here. So take this right here, we're just going to scale this down and then scale it up. Just like so. So we should just have like a rough kind of square, kind of oblong kind of shape. So what we'll do, we'll go to the edit mode. We're going to go on the top face right here, and then we're going to go E for extrude, and then we're just going to go ahead and scale in just by slight, and then this part is going to be the edge of the pool. So we're going to go E for extrude. What you want to do, just bring it down just slightly, and then just scale it in just slightly as well, just so you've got that nice little bevel that's going around on the outside. And then you want to go E for extrude, bring it down, E for extrude again, bring it down. We're going to have like a slight lip, so we're just going to go ahead and just extrude that out just slightly, and then E for extrude and bring it down to the bottom. Now what you want to do is make sure that you don't clip this at the bottom. You just want to go here, we're going to go E for extrude again, and then we're just going to go scale in just slightly. So once we've done this, we're going to go shade smooth, and we should have something like this. So now we're going to go ahead and we're going to take these edges right here, because what we want to do is make a little bit of a lip on the edge. So if you go just here, just Control R, just loop cut that right there. We're going to go ahead and just select these edges just around the corner. It doesn't matter if this intersects into the wall, because you're not going to see that side. But we're going to go E for extrude, and then we're just going to go scale and just scale this outwards, so we've got this nice kind of little beveled kind of edge. Just scale this inwards just on this side just slightly. So now this is going to be our pool that we have in the main room, and we've got little shelves and stuff like that on the side. So from here we can actually go for, we'll go with the cube. We'll just scale this out. You can go in the X-ray mode at this moment. If you press 1 just to go sideways right here, make sure that the cube just sits just under here. And then we're going to go G and just bring it into the side right there as well. So the little gap right at the bottom is just so that we can see the tiling. So we're going to go edit mode, take one of these faces right here. Let's press G, bring it across, and then press G on the side and just bring it across. Now at this point you can actually take the cube off if you want to. For me personally, I'm just going to keep it here. This is just going to be the reference cube. I'm just going to turn off that X-ray right there because it's pretty annoying. So this is the reference cube that we're going to use. I'm just going to go ahead and take this and just press G. Move it a little bit closer to the wall, and I'm just going to rotate it by 90 degrees. Just move this to the side right there. And just to the side right there. As I said, it doesn't matter that it clips. So, once we've got this cube, we can actually name this as main room. And what this is going to do is, this is going to be kind of like a background cube. This is going to just be for reference. So when we put the rest of the walls in, we can actually use it to see where we're going to put things. And then we can also use this cube in the end to do some lighting effects with it. So for this cube, really, if we just turn it off for now, oops, wrong cube. This one should be pool. Sorry if you've got that in the wrong one. The cube on the outside should be the guide cube. Okay, so once we've got that established, just turn off your guide cube. So we're gonna go, let me see, I think I'm gonna start working with pillars to begin with. That might be an idea. So I'm gonna go ahead and just add a cube in there. Let's just pull that up a little bit. Now we're gonna get a little bit fancy with this cube. So what I want to do is go to edit mode. We're going to start by, we can actually do this on two sides if you wanted to. If you just press 1, you can get a side view on this, but also you can select this side as well at the same time. So just press 1. We're going to go E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale outwards, then just press S for scale, and this just should scale where it is. Just press S for scale again and just bring it down. E for extrude, leave it where it is. E, let's see, S for scale. So we're just going to go E, S again for scale. Just bring that up. Should have a pillar that looks like this, roughly. So now we're going to do some gold inlaying. So what I want to do is go Control R, and we're just going to go ahead and just start splitting this just into quarters, just as so. And then we'll split this one down this side on either side, and then we'll do the same to the other side. So you want to split this into quarters. So you got 4 parts. Split either side. And then what we're going to do, we've got a central bit right here. We'll use that as a reference, but we won't use it for what we're going to use it for. Let's quarter this out. Just about so. So you're just going to go half here, and half here. And then I'm just going to go half here at the bottom and then half here at the top. So what we're going to do now, we should have the same kind of pattern all the way around. We're going to go ahead and grab all of these in the middle on absolutely every side. So we're going to clone this pillar to keep in with the theme of what we have for this Athens. So now we have every side selected. We're going to go E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale inwards, just slightly. Oops. So you want to scale inwards just slightly and then scale upwards. But make sure there's a little bevel going all the way around, so you should have something like this. So now, what we want to do with this is we want to add the gold to the outside. So the gold is actually going to sit on these parts right here. If you just press shift, you'll be able to select the entire row rather than a little bit like that. Oops. Just make sure it's not diagonal. So you have this one and then you go straight up, press shift, control, and then you can select all of that. So this is where you're going to have to be. Just select these two. Boom, and boom. Might be a little bit tedious if you've not done this before. Let's see. yeah, it does take a little while. Um, so just have some patience with it to make sure that you're selecting the correct ones. If you select one by accident, just press Control Z. So it's going to press here, Control Shift, and then you can select all of that one. So this is the last one, Control Shift, select all of that one, Control Shift, select all of that one, Control Shift, select, oops, and then select these ones. Okay, that's just weird. I think I didn't press, what's the name? Hold on. What did I do? Right, yeah, got those 4 selected. Thankfully I don't have to go all the way around. Make sure that you're pressing Shift at all times whilst you're doing this. Right, so now I should have all 4 sides selected. So we're going to go to Material. You're going to go New. So this is going to be the base material. We'll go Marble. And then we want to press plus. We're going to go New Material, and this is going to be gold. Now, if you put this material on anything, it's just going to be the same gold all the way through. So, yeah, it's nice to have the exact same theme rather than colour matching. So, if we just take this base colour right here, we'll bring this down to an orange, bring up your metal, bring down your roughness, and we'll click Assign. So now, when we go to the object mode, and if you're in the render mode, if you're on Eevee, change it to cycles. We now have this nice little gold going on. Now it doesn't look like much right now because we need to put in some of the shaders, we need to put on some of the roughness, and we obviously need to do the lighting as well. So yeah, we'll see what's going on with that. Let's go back to the regular mode, so we're not on render. We're going to take this pillar right here. I'm just going to go ahead and press G, just bring it down. So this can go at the back of the temple just here. And what I might do actually, because we do have that box guide, but I'm going to go against it a little bit, and I'm going to put a little wall just at the back here, so it looks kind of like you've got little bits and shelves and stuff. So we're just going to use a square. Just put this right here. So you've got that little lip over the bathtub right there. We'll go edit mode. And then we're going to take this and just go E for extrude and just bring this around the back. And then I'm just going to take these and just bring these up just slightly as well. I think maybe that should be on that side. Because if we've got a guide cube, yeah, we should really be, let's rotate this about 90. This is why we have the guide cube, so that we know where and what we're doing in the beginning, because sometimes you can make projects and the camera's zooming around everywhere and you kind of lose your orientation a little bit, so that's primarily why I put those in. So yeah, I think we should be okay with that. So we're going to take this right here. I'm just going to go ahead and place this on the side. You want to keep these at the exact same level so that they look neat and tidy. So if we pull that one that way, we now have this kind of very nice stand going on of 3 pillars, and we've got this kind of bathtub going on. So what we can do now is we could have some intersecting pillars at the top. We could actually take one of these pillars and we could shift D it, so we keep within the theme, rotate it by 90, and then just stretch it across the top here. And as long as you don't see the seams, you should in theory get away with it. So we could technically do the pillar just like this. And then we could go to edit mode. We could go to, I would say 3. Yep. X-ray mode. take these out, delete them, faces. If I can ever select this. There we go. Delete faces. So now we've got this kind of concrete pillar that will follow the exact same theme that we just had. Now this is going to have a hole at the end of it, so what we're going to have to do is we can actually select, if I just bring this in, select all of these parts right here, just press F and it will fill it. So again, just select all these parts right back here, press F for fill. Oops, let's not do that. Right, so now we've got this one. So now we've got a little bit of an intersection just here. I can see it when I'm rotating the camera. So what I'm going to do is just scale this upwards just slightly and scale it inwards just slightly. So now if we go Shift D, go for R for rotate 90 degrees, press G, bring it over. You have to stretch this one out again. So we'll go with scale, S for scale. And you can bring this one over, so maybe just put it just there. So we render this out, we now have this nice little beam coming across. And the best thing about it as well, you could take this and this and you can bring it over. Let's go Shift D and then we'll go for G. Oops, Shift D. Duplicate, bring it over, and then you can place it just here. So now the pillar's not really sat on anything, but you can put something in the way here. You can put another block or something like that. For me personally, I'm just going to get rid of this one, so it's kind of like a freestanding pillar. Just scale this outwards just slightly. So we want to do these ceilings, and we want to do the walls and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the camera in. So let's go with view, align camera to view, press G, just bring this back up. We would have pressed G to bring that back, but unfortunately it's kind of kicks out the ballpark right there. Let's see, viewpoint, camera. Select your camera, press G, and just run this back just slightly. Just where you need it to be. So I'm going to put mine just here on the side. We can put some plants in here as well as other things, just to kind of pop it a little bit. So, I'm going to take this pillar right here, just going to move this across. And I'm going to add a plane at the bottom. So if we go to add and then meshes and then planes, just scale that one outwards. Just make sure that you get the plane just where you need it. We're going to need this later on to make the tiles. Press G to bring it down. And then we will put one of these planes up against the wall as well. So we're just going to go 90 degrees, rotate 90 degrees. Just get this up at the back. Press G. And we've got the wall in there. I'm just going to go ahead and just scale that down so that it fits perfectly, because we're going to need to do some patterns on this. So when we're doing the patterns on this one, we're going to do the edit mode, Control R, just get your central point there, Control R again, central point. For some reason it's not showing up on that side, but we'll see what happens. And just kind of find your midpoints just here. So, when we do this, I can never get this to work again. Come on. I'm just going to turn this off. Yeah, midpoint there, midpoint there, midpoint there, midpoint there. Okay, so you're going to want to try and get a very thin line just going around the outside, just kind of framing this just a little bit. So I'm just going to go ahead with that one, just there. And it might look like a little bit of a mess at the moment, but just trust the process. And we will select all of these ones, Control Shift again, Control Shift again, and then Control Shift again. And then we're going to go to the Materials tab. Let's see. So we'll go to the drop down. We're going to have to do the base colour first. So we're going to go base colour marble plus, and then we're going to go with the gold, and then we're going to click assign. So now this gold will be assigned to this one in particular. So if we go to the render tab right now, we now have a nice little gold panel just sat right there. So in theory, if we can get this correct, we could take this panel and flip it and put it on this side. So if we go to Shift D, bring it over. Now this is going to be a little bit fiddly, so what we're going to have to do, rotate it by 90 degrees, and then we'll bring it this way. Now hopefully the pattern should appear on the other side. If it doesn't, we're just going to have to do some stuff. See, now the pattern does appear on the other side, so what we're going to have to do, press G, just bring it in as close as you can. What you can do is scale it inwards, and then I'll make that box a little bit smaller. And then we can make the wall longer on the other side. So just try and get it as flush as you can to the building itself. Should roughly just sit about there. Go to edit mode. We'll take all these sides just at the side. E-for extrude. Just bring them over. Oops. Maybe not E-for extrude. Let's take these little points just at the side right here. Gonna go E-for extrude, bring it over. And then we can go to regular objects mode. So now we have this nice little kind of watering hole just in the middle with gold trims. So the white that's on here right now, we can actually make that into kind of a marble kind of effect. So that's what I'm kind of going for. So we need to put the water in there, we need to put some lighting. You can go with kind of like traditional lanterns if you want to. I personally think maybe some spotlights might characterize this a little bit. It might give it a little bit of a different kind of niche, I guess you would call it. So I'm just going to go ahead and take this light out in the middle, because there's no point in having that light in the middle right there, because it just doesn't make any sense, because there's no light. Well, there is a light there, but it's floating in the middle of a room, and there's nothing to basically characterize why that light's there. I'm also going to take this pillar right here. I'm just going to go Shift D, bring this across, and just put this right here. So the next bit that we really need, let's see, I'm just looking at my notes right here. So I'm going to do some underlighting, I think, or maybe some rooftop lighting. So I'm just going to go ahead and just Shift D this, so that we've got a ceiling going on. And then what we can do is we can go ahead and add, we'll do some spotlights. So we're going to add a cylinder. I'm just going to press G, bring it up, scale it down, and then we're going to go to edit mode, take this top face right here, E-for extrude, just slightly, scale it in. Then we're going to go E-for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it in, and then E for extrude and just drop it down. Now with these lights, what you want to do, go into your materials tab right here, which is at the bottom. You want to go new. So of course we're going to do the base light first. So this is going to be base light in black. Then we'll go to plus, and this will be new. We're going to click assign, and we'll go to emission. And we're going to turn the strength up a little bit. Click assign for this one. Object mode, and we're going to shade smooth. So now when we turn this on, we now have this little lights that's going on. So this can now go around the edges of the pool, it can go underneath, wherever you want to put it really. You can turn the light down as well if you really need to. So maybe we'll have some kind of low lights in here. So if you take this and you essentially clone it, I'm just going to press rotate to 180. So if you essentially clone this all over the place, this will be the same kind of lighting everywhere. So you're going to need, if you've got low lighting, you're going to need many of these to light a room. If you've got high lighting, you'll need less. So I'll just show you what I'm going to do with these. So I'm going to go ahead and put the light right there. Let's go with Shift D. I think we're going to be -1. Oh no. Just press, I think, 10. 10, maybe? No. Okay. Hold on. Trying to figure out the best way to do these ones. I think we'll go by 5. If we go Shift D, bring it over, and then press 5. 5's pretty good. 5's a good distance. Let's go again. Shift D, I press 5. Shift D, I press 5. Let's select all of these lights because we've got a secondary pillar on the other side. We can just go ahead and copy these over. So Shift D, oops, Shift D, bring him over. So now you've got one light that doesn't really fit right there, but that's okay because once we hit the render, this is what it should look like. So you'll see that all these are they're quite dull in stature. So if we turn this up, we can actually light the room up a little bit better. You can see the lighting working right there. Beautiful. So this is something that you can do with your projects. Now we have a little bit of a gap here as well, so I'm just going to go ahead and take this pillar. We'll go Shift D. I'm just going to duplicate it over because I kind of like the patterns that it's got on this. And we can fill that gap in, no problem. So, the next part of this really will be to put in the little bits of marble, put in the water, put in some detail as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and take this one a minute. I'm just going to make it kind of like a black or a grey, just to kind of offset this a little bit. Just a little bit of a deeper tone. So it's almost like it's on a different material. If we go over to the shading tab, which is at the top right here, we can actually change the materials and their properties. So this right here, we can go ahead and add a noise texture just right there. So we're going to go color to base color. You'll get all these nice little stripes going across it, and then we can go to add and we can go bump. Place your bump in between. You want your color right here to go to your height, just there. And then we're going to go to add and color ramp, spelt the American way. And now we've got this kind of nice little pattern going on. So we can move these little bars to either side to make it a deeper colour or a lighter colour. Change up the roughness a little bit to bring in some more details, or just move it down a little bit to bring in less. I'm personally going to go with something like this. And then maybe we could just pull that out with just a little bit. So we've got this little bit of texture going on, but there's not too much. So when we render it, it should look like this. So you've kind of got this little bit of a marble effect going on in the background. So, as regards to the floor, if we go back to this tab right here, let's see. If we go to materials, we don't currently have an assigned material, so I'm just going to call this floor. You can edit it here, you can edit it on the bottom as well. Let's go with brick. So we got the brick texture right there. We want to go colour to base colour. Now we've got this nice little brick going on. We want to change the offset to 0. So we've got this nice tiling, and the brick width, we just want to change that as well, so we've got square bricks more than anything. And you can scale this upwards, you can scale it downwards depending on what you'd like for your design. I'm just going to scale this just to here so that it fits nicely around the edge. And again, we're going to just do the same thing. We're going to go with the bump texture just in here, colour to height. And now we've got this beautiful kind of blue floor going on, but we don't want that, so we're going to have the colour ramp. Place it right here. And now you can make this darker, you can make this lighter, whatever you would like. For the roughness, personally, I think we should add a noise texture. So if we just place this one down here, we'll go for colour and we can go for roughness. And now you'll notice that we've kind of got this kind of pattern going on just here at the bottom. Just take that in a little bit. And you can also add a bump texture to this. So Shift D, just place this across, colour to height. It'll take a while just to load it. And now we have this kind of nice shiny floor that has this rough kind of pattern on it. So we now kind of have this little bathroom going on with all the tiles, and then we have this shiny floor, which is the effects that we're wanting. So it's kind of like very posh, very nice, very relaxing if that's your thing. We can add a plane right in here. If you go to your modifiers, add modifier, and then type in ocean. Ocean's already appeared for me because I think it's one that I use a lot. So the program's kind of learned what I use. Excuse me. So I'll place it in the middle right here. Just want to duplicate this a little bit just to give it a little bit of a waveform. Scale this outwards if you want to. But just make sure that it sits within the pool itself. Press G, bring it over, and then we're just going to scale it down a little bit just to make sure that it fits where it needs to be. So we're going to go into the materials tab right here. We can add a slight blue just to this, and then we can remove the alpha just slightly so that the water becomes transparent, just as such. So, regarding the marble stuff that we've been talking about in the beginning, we could just do the same pattern really as this right here. I'm just going to go ahead and just lighten this a little bit and pull the alpha so we can see through that pool. Maybe just a little bit more. And what I'm going to do, so we've kind of got the room right here. I'm going to put the box, the guide box over the top, and I'm going to make a window and put some light coming through the window, because I think that would be really good for the pool as well. So at this stage, what we can do is we can go ahead and add some trees, and we can also go ahead and add some plants. So if we go with the cylinder, press G, bring it over here. We go to the edit mode, just take this down a little bit, and also what I'm going to do, select the bottom and just thin this just a little bit. So we're going to go E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, E for extrude, and then we're just going to start scaling inwards very slightly. E for extrude, scale inwards, and then what you want to do is just make a little bit of a bevel just at the top, and then just extrude it all the way down. So this is going to be a plant pot. So shade smooth. Add a new material to this. We could go with purple, and take down the roughness and pull up the metallic. Maybe purple would be a nice colour for this. And what we want to do now is add, and we'll go to let's see, we'll go to curve, tree sampling gen. If you can't find tree sampling gen, it'll be in preferences. I'm pretty sure it's on extensions, tree sampling gen, there you go. So just go into your extensions right there. So once you get a tree like this, if you've never used this before, don't click anywhere else. I implore you, don't click anywhere else. The only place that you need to click is a sampling add tree gen right here in the corner, and it should appear when we're on the layout mode as well. It will always appear in the bottom left corner. So when we've got this, we've got load present right here at the bottom. We can have weeping willows, we can have small maples, pines, Japanese maple, Douglas fern. Many of these I can't pronounce. We've got willows, we've got white birches. I believe that they're adding to the listings daily to make new trees. So I usually go for Japanese maple. I quite like Japanese maples. So you'll notice that there's no leaves on here as well. So if we go to the leaves sections under geometry, we can click show leaves, and now we have all these leaves. So I would implore you to have a go at some of the settings on here and just mess around with it a little bit, because it is the real difference between something looking good and something looking a bit naff, if you will. Not to say that anything that you know that we as artists we have to learn from somewhere. Our first pieces of artwork are going to be absolutely naff. I think it's like after the 100th one we actually go, you know what, we're actually making progress. But at the beginning we get frustrated and we're like, we don't know what we're doing. So take your time with it, mess around with the settings, see what works for you. For me personally, I just like to experiment. I just like to put things out there, really. So I think I'm gonna go with that design. You can do random seeds with this as well. I think practice makes perfect, and also happy mistakes, as I always got taught by my art tutor. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to press G, bring this over, just plant your pot, or pot your plant, whatever it is. Yeah, we'll just place this right here. Scale this down just a little bit of plant inside of this this place. You can have some wacky plants in here if you want to. So these trees come into two parts. You've got the bark kind of part, the main tree, and then you've got the leaves right there. So we take this, press new, and we'll go with we'll call this main tree. So main tree 5 apparently is it's going to have like a nice little chocolatey brown kind of colour just on there, and then we can add a noise texture just to give it a little bit of texture, you know what I mean. Colour to base colour, and we'll go with add and then a bump so we can catch some of that light that's dancing around the room. So colour to height, and then we'll go for colour ramp and place this in the middle. So now we don't have the brown anymore, so we're going to have to just put the brown on here. So if we go to the render, we can now see that we've got this. So if you scale this up, you've got way more detail on the barks of the trees. You can increase the white on here, you can just have it as is if you'd like to. Increase the roughness as well, take it down. So this is the typical tree, and now you can see the way that the light is caught on the tree itself. Now you can edit this as much as you'd like. So now we could do the leaves, and we could do new, call this leaves. Maybe we could do these as kind of like a red kind of pink, like an offset. You could do the same with these if you wanted to, so you've got like different colours. But generally, if something's indoors, it's probably all just generally one kind of colour. If you've got autumn or something like that, you can put the white noise texture on here, or just the noise texture on here, and you can actually get different coloured leaves for autumn, which I'm sure that I'll be covering later on in the year, so I'll show you how to do that for autumn or fall, wherever you come from and however you pronounce it, wherever you're from. So we've got this beautiful nice little plant here. I think I'll change the leaves to orange because I think that would suit the room a little bit better, but I'm just going to take it off the render for the moment. I'm just going to go ahead and scale it down. Just make sure you don't clip through your floor, but as long as you've got the plant relatively in the right place, you should be okay. So once we've got this plant in the right place, as we do now, we can click off it and we can just see what it looks like. You might want to change some of your tones, some of your drawings. To be honest with you, it looks like a stick. It's it doesn't look like a very healthy plant in the spa. I think someone needs to go in there and change that out, and I don't like the purple. So oh, sorry, 1 second. I have a desk fan that's supposed to be keeping everything cool, but allegedly apparently wants to fall over. Yeah, it's pretty old, but I don't like the purple to this anyway, so I'm just going to go ahead and change it to maybe a baby blue, like a teal. But that looks a little bit better. So we can go with, let's go back to shading tab a moment. So it's this background that's kind of really annoying me. We want the base colour of marble. So the base colour of marble will generally change everything. So if I just go to green, everything that is assigned to the material base colour marble is now green. So what we want to do, and I've got my notes on here. It's telling me to use a wave texture for this. So let's go with add. I think, yeah, Principled BSDF. Let's go with add. We'll go with a wave texture, just right here, a colour and a base colour. So now we've got all these little stripes going on, and then we want a texture coordinate. This is what my notes are telling me that I need to use. Texture coordinate right there, and you want to put your objects to your vector. So objects to vector should be like this, and then I think we're distorting. Yeah, we're distorting. So this is going to be the marble kind of effect. Now it's too big, I think, so we could just pull that just there. Change the roughness as well. It's nice, but I don't quite like it. Let's go with distortion. So, let's see. I mean, you could do what you'd like with this. Personally, I don't know about all of this. This is kind of this new territory for me, because I've got the notes on it and I've kind of researched what I need, but I don't like the tones on it. I think the Principal BSF is great. Let's see. I'm going to go to roughness actually. I'm going to change this colour. Instead of it being on the base colour, it's going to go to roughness. I think that would look a lot better. I think maybe something subtle in the background actually might look a lot better than something just screaming in your face. So we can have this kind of marble kind of texture going on, but it's not quite marble. Maybe we could go ahead and also add a bump node in here, just to kind of pop some of that pattern, just by slight. I think let's remove this bump node. Let's see what's going on. This is what I'm talking about with me. Like, I just like to experiment sometimes. Let's go with FAC to roughness instead. See if that makes a difference. I don't know, like, I think some of the patterns look a lot better in the past version that I did than this one. I just think this is too much. I mean, if you guys can kind of fiddle around with it and the colour ramps and you can find the right combination, like, absolutely, you should give it a go. I'm just going to go ahead and just pull this back a little bit. Just make it a little bit less than what it is. And maybe we could just scale this. I think that looks better. That looks way better than it did. Maybe take this black right here. Just make it a lighter tone. Just so you kind of got a fade in the background. And then we could go ahead and add a blue. Just here as well. Just to bring some of that out. So we can have this little bit of a marble thing going on with some veins coming through it. So there's something else as well. If you guys have noticed, it kind of mirrors itself right here. So what you could do is you could take this one right here. We could go duplicate this. We could go for base material. Make sure that you're on this one. Duplicate it, and then you can put this as 2, and then you can change like the patterns, the size. Maybe this has been cut from 2 separate pieces of marble, so the offset is just ever so different. So you could have this rather than straight copied. Maybe yeah, this has been cut from something else. Okay, so we could do the same pattern in theory with the pool, but I want to do tiling, so let's do with the brick texture. Just right here. I'm gonna go colour to base colour. Got all these nice little lines coming across and all this brick on top. Just change the offset so that it matches the floor. So now we've got these straight little tiles on there. We want to take the brick width, just bring that down. So I don't know if you guys can see that. So just bring it over to that one. So we've got these nice little tiles going on. So again, brick width, we just want to minus off that one just a little bit. And maybe just scale this upwards so that they all fit. I think that would do. So now we can see the bricks through there as well. This water right here, I'm just going to take the roughness down and just put the metallic up. So now we've got the reflections of the rest of the room as well. And then maybe just move the alpha up just ever so slightly. Just enough so that we can see through the pool, but just enough that it's got a kind of establishment as being water with that. And maybe you could remove the blue as well, just slightly. Just ever so slightly teal it. So, for the rest of this room, I think it's just placing things down. Really, whatever you want to place in the room. If you've got decorations or anything like that that you would like to place in the room, probably the best opportunity. For me personally, I think I'm going to stop the tutorial just there. Yeah, and I mean, you could add stuff here, you could add stuff here, but I think this is primarily the scene that I wanted to get done today, and basically show you the reflections, show you the marble, stuff like that. So yeah, if you guys enjoyed this tutorial, please subscribe, really would help me out. I hope you have a great day. Share, like, you know, whatever you want to do. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, welcome to the next tutorial of Blender. So today we're going to be making a compact mirror. So we're going to go ahead, delete the default cube. We're going to go to add. And then we can start with, we'll go with a cylinder. Let's scale this down. Scale it outwards. S to scale. Just make it pretty big so you know what you're working with. We'll go into edit mode. Take this bottom face right here. And then we'll press G, bring it up. E for extrude. And we're just going to scale it in just slightly. E for extrude again. Scale it in slightly. E for extrude. Scale in. And then E for extrude and scale in. So what you're going to want to do is take this face at the top. E for extrude. We're just going to bring it up just slightly. And then scale it in. E for extrude. Leave it where it is. Scale it in. And then E for extrude, and we're going to go back into the case itself. Scale in just slightly. And then E for extrude, so you've kind of got this little kind of dip in the middle. So now what we're going to do, we'll take this, we'll shade it smooth. We're going to add, we'll go to circle. You're not going to be able to see it, so bring it up. Scale it outwards, all the way to the sides. Then we're going to go into edit mode. We'll press F for fill. Make sure that it scales all the way to the sides and it's not clipping the outside. You just want it to clip the inside. And then from here we're going to go to materials, add new, and we'll go to increase the metallic, turn down the roughness. Make sure that on the render tab your engine is on cycles. So when we render this out and we just go to the object mode, you'll see now that we have a reflection on the inside surface. So now what we want to do, let's go off the render mode for a moment. We'll take the outside of the compact mirror and we will do this, the material, and we will change this to kind of a nice little gold kind of metallic colour. And what we can do at this point is we can take this entire object and we select both of them, Shift D, and then we'll rotate this by 180 and then just rotate it in just a little bit more so it can kind of stand up on itself. G, bring it up. And then we can kind of place it just up against itself right here. Oops. Just make sure that you don't deviate between these two vertices. And then from here we can go ahead and we can put a cylinder for the hinge. So you just want to go ahead and rotate this by 90. Scale it outwards just a little bit. Scale it in. Press G, bring it across, and bring it up. So that you have kind of a hinge thing going on. Want to shade that just slightly. Bring it in. And then we'll plot this one as a new material and we'll go with black for that material. So now we have this wonderful, beautiful, compact mirror going on. Nice gold kind of finish to it. And we can see that it's also reflective. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. Bye. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're making a little potion jug again. Different style from the one that we did last time. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead, delete my default cube. I'm going to go ahead and just go and get some of these screencasting keys back on. So what we're going to start with is a circle. You might want to just scale this up just so it's a little bit bigger so that you can see what's going on. We're going to go to edit mode and we want to go F for fill and we're going to go E for extrude. In fact, you know, I'm going to split the screen in half so you guys can see the side view. We're going to E for extrude, scale outwards, and then we're going to go E for extrude again, and we're going to scale outwards on this side. Just make sure that it's roughly around the same angle as the prior one. We're going to go E for extrude again, scale outwards just slightly, E for extrude, and then we're going to go E for extrude again, just scale inwards ever just so slightly. Then we're going to go E for extrude, scale inwards, and then E for extrude. We'll scale inwards again just to make the bottom of this. E for extrude. Then we want to make kind of a nice little curve just right here. So we're going to go E for extrude, curve it in, E for extrude, curve it in again just ever so slightly. What I'm going to do, go on the X-ray mode, just select these. I'm just going to make these just slightly bigger and then this section just slightly bigger as well, just on that side. So, selecting the top face again, we're just going to go E for extrude and go straight up. So at this point, what we want to do is I'm going to go Control R, just loop cut it right there, just shade this in just ever so slightly so we've got that little variation in the glass. Select your top vertices again. We're going to go E for extrude, just slightly, and then slightly bring it out. E for extrude again, keep it where it is, slightly bring it out, and then we're going to go E for extrude on top, E for extrude, just scale it inwards, and then E for extrude, scale inwards again, and just make that little bevel around the edge. Now we're going to go E for extrude straight down, but what we want to do is what's going to X-ray so we can see what's going on. So the best example right here is at the side view, which is number pad 1. So we're going to go G, bring it down to the midpoint. You want to make sure there's a little gap just between these. So bring that down. E for extrude again, bring it down. Maybe scale it outwards just at this point just to match the outside of the glass. E for extrude again, scale it outwards. E for extrude, scale outwards. And then from this point on, we just want to go E for extrude, just follow the glass just round. And then E for extrude. And what you want to do towards the bottom of this glass is just make it a little bit thicker. Just around here. So we're just going to go E for extrude, E for extrude, scale it inwards. Then E for extrude again, and we're just going to go and scale it inwards so that it's got a nice round bottom to it. So speaking of bottoms, we want to go and come off your X-ray mode for one moment. Take this bottom right here, go E for extrude again, just scale inwards. And then what we're going to do from here is E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it inwards slightly, E for extrude, bring it up, scale inwards, and then E for extrude, and then we scale inwards again just to kind of make that nice and smooth right there. So now we've got this nice little pot going on. So what we're going to do is just right click, shade smooth. If you haven't already, change your EV to cycles. And from here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a mesh, a plane. So what I'm going to do, I think my dog's just figured out how to open the door. So I'm just going to add a plane to the bottom so you guys can see the glass. Yeah, my dog's a husky crossed with a collie, and he's incredibly smart. He knows how to open things. So I think he's just opened the door to the dining room. Right, so once we get to this point, we're going to go to material. We're going to go new. Let's go to glass. And then we're just going to change down the roughness just a little bit. And once we go to the render, sorry, you don't want this one as glass, I've put the wrong one to glass, sorry, ignore me. Right, make sure that's a white material right there. Select your glass, let's go new. Let's go with glass for this one. If I spelt that correctly, that'd be great. Right, yeah, so take your printable SDF, we'll go to glass. Take down your roughness. We now have this nice little beaker going on with glass. I'm going to go ahead and change this to a sun so you guys can see what's going on right there. So, at this point, we want to put a cork in the top of it, so we're going to go to add, go to, let's not go with cone actually, let's go with cylinder. Just press G just to bring it up. I'm just going to go ahead and put this on the side, and then we'll use this side just for the building. So, when you do your cork, we're just going to scale this down, make sure that it just fits the edge of the bottle right here. Just going to press G, bring it up. Let's go to edit mode. Take that bottom face right there, we're just going to go E for extrude, scale it downwards, give it that little bit of a bevel, just on the end. And then for this side, what we can do, so we can go E for extrude, scale it inwards, and then what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and select all of these faces right here. If you do it on X-ray mode, it works even better. Come on. Right, there we go. So then I'm just going to rotate it just on its side so it's got that little bit of a bevel going on. And also it's a little bit of a wonky cork. Shade that smooth. We're going to go on to new texture. Just bring that down slightly. Now what you can do, you can go onto the shading tab and we can do a noise texture. Just right here. So colour to base colour. So you notice all these little points start showing up. So this is going to be for the cork texture. So we're going to add and go to bump. Bump texture right there, colour to height. So now we've got this nice little bump texture going on. We now want the colour ramp, spelt the American way. And then add, and then we'll go with the brown just on here. You can change up the roughness a little bit on this too. So now we've got this nice little cork inside of this bottle. You just want to improve that brown just a little bit. I'm going to take down this light actually. I'm going to just, let's see, let's take this light right here. And I'm just going to turn the strength down, so maybe to a 10 or a 20. Actually, I'll go 30. Let's see what 30 looks like. Maybe 50. 100. 100's pretty good. Let's go 200. See if that improves. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now we've got the 200 on there. So at this point right now, it's a little bit too bright, so I'm just going to go ahead and improve that just slightly. And just bring the black in as well. You could also put a little bit of liquid in the middle right here. So if we go to layout, we've got the side view right here. We go to add, go to cylinder. So we've got the cylinder right there at the bottom. Make sure the cylinder just sits just here. We'll go on to edit mode. Just get the wireframe up for this one. Take your top face right here, press G, bring it down. Scale outwards. E-fret extrude. Scale outwards. Just follow the inside of your jar right here as best you can. E-fret extrude, scale outwards, E-fret extrude. We'll go scale outwards, and then E-fret extrude, bring it up, and then E-fret extrude at this point, if it'll let me. We could just go ahead, extrude it into that void right there. So once we've got this, we can then shade smooth, go to new. We can have this as a random colour in the bottom of it. So we could do an orange if you wanted to. Turn up your metallic, turn down your roughness, turn down your alpha as well. And then once we go to the render, we now have this little kind of potion jar with a little bit of liquid in it. And a little bit of reflection going on in the background. So, yeah, you could also improve this as well. You could go to edit mode, we could go E-fret extrude. You could fill it all the way up if you wanted to. Just to there. And you can also improve your alpha a little bit, make that a little bit more deeper. So this little line that we've got going on right now is because the background is quite short. So if you wanted to, you could put some walls up, you could put some little lights on top, make this a little bit reflective. Let's go ahead and add a plane. Or we could add a cube actually. A cube would probably work this for wonders. Actually no, let's not do the cube. I think it's because it's a sun kind of thing, so we could do plane, scale that up, and then we could do rotate 90, scale that up, and then G, place this on one side, just here, and then we could have another one just on this side, and then we could go, let's see, so if I put the camera just here, let's go with align view to camera, press G, bring it back, so we've got it just there. So if we have these off camera, we could go ahead, take this one, Shift D, rotate this by 90, scale outwards, and then we could just bring this back into the piece, scale it upwards as well. We should have a little bit of a reflection going on within this. So, what I'm going to do, take these two as well, just scale these in. And then what we can do, we've got like this nice little reflection going on. You could also have studio lights at the top and the back if you wanted to as well, just to give it that little bit of finesse. So if we go to add plane, scale it outwards, rotate it just slightly, and then we can go G, bring this across, bring it up, oops, where am I going here? This one, for some reason. Press G, bring it up, bring it across, and what you can do with this is make this one an emission. So we've got some nice light coming from that side. We could have like a nice little blue. Just turn up that emission right there. So now you've got this nice little blue hue. And then we could also duplicate this, rotate this by 180, and then we could have another side right here, but this time, edit, press plus, you want to put new, assign, and then we're going to go to emission, and then we'll go to red. So now we've kind of got this nice little bluey, reddy, purpley kind of look in the background. We can now see that we've got a reflection on the glass. We can now see that the glass is a little bit full as well. You could also edit the IOR on the glass just by slight, giving it a little bit more of a bevel just around the bottom. And what I'm going to do is change the background as well, so I can make this a little bit darker. We can scale this outwards just a little bit. The camera, because it can only see so far, if we go to the camera settings, we can also improve the end note, bring this back a little bit, and then we can do depth of field to make this look a little bit more rounder, a little bit more detail, and turn down the f-stop so everything blurs in the background. And there you have it. You have a nice little kind of game piece to put in whatever you put in. Obviously Blender doesn't have the game engine anymore, but it's a good practice for other gaming engines, that this is what you can make. I think practicing on an open source software before anything else is going to be a fantastic way of learning, because that way it gives you kind of an insight into what you're doing in other game engines. So that's the tutorial for today. I'll see you guys in the next one. I hope you have a great day. Yeah, bye bye. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we are doing a lipstick. So pretty basic tutorial. We're going to go ahead, delete the default cube, and we're going to go with, let's add a cylinder in here, just stretched out a little bit, and then press G, bring it up, and then we'll go to edit mode, selects the face underneath. We're going to go E for extrude, bring it out just slightly, scale it out. And then we're going to go E for extrude, bring it down. And then just to bevel the bottom, we're just going to go E for extrude and then just scale it in just slightly. For the top half, we're just going to take this face right here, just press G, bring it up a little bit. We'll do E for extrude, scale inwards. E for extrude, don't move it, scale inwards. And then E for extrude, we'll move it down just slightly and then scale inwards. And then for the middle, we're just going to go E for extrude and just bring it all the way down. So this will be the base of the lipstick. So we will right click, shade smooth. And then we'll place this one as black. If you haven't already, just adjust your render engine from Eevee to Cycles. So now we will do the lipstick in the middle. So we're going to take a cylinder again. Just press G, bring it up, scale it down a little bit. It should just roughly be the same size. You could scale that up. G, bring it down just slightly, and then what we're going to do, we'll go into edit mode. Take this face right here, E for extrude, and then just rotate it sideways. G, bring it forward, and then you can just scale it out just slightly. And then scale it in on this point. I'm going to rotate that just a little bit more. Okay, so we have that one, and then we can right click shade smooth. So we kind of have this nice little lipstick going on. We'll place this as kind of a dark red. Just kind of tone it off a little bit. So we got this kind of look. So now the only thing that's left is to put the top on this. So we can go with, let's go with the cylinder again. G, bring it up, scale it outwards, and make sure that it just matches up to here. Press G. Oh, come on. And then I'm going to scale it up all the way so that it's covering this. I'm just going to go on X-ray so we can see what I'm doing. Oops. Okay, that's weird. Oh, there we go. And then I'm just going to place this down. So it should just be roughly, just sit within that. We go to edit, press G, make sure there's plenty of room for the lipstick on the inside. And then we'll select this bottom face right here. We've got E-for extrude, don't move it, scale it inwards just slightly. Just enough, hold on. Scale it out just slightly. E-for extrude, and just bring it up onto the middle. So, what you should have is this kind of nice little outer casing for the lipstick. You can kind of pull it out a little bit if you want to, just so that it all sits and fits in the correct place. So with this one, we're going to want to go right click Shade Smooth, go to Materials tab and go to Glass. I know you notice that it's a little bit frosted, so just take this down a little bit. So there's a little bit of frosting on there, but not full frosting. Yeah, and that's your basic kind of lipstick going on. Hope you guys enjoyed the tutorial. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Okay, hi, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be looking at 4.5 alpha. So there is an alpha and then there is a beta, or however you want to pronounce it. I've heard it pronounced beta, and beta as well. Someone pronounced it as beta. Yeah, basically what this is, it's a testable software from Blender, which is supposedly the new version that's coming out. And I tested this a while back, but this was before my hard drive completely broke. So we've still not brought back the hard drive. We still can't get any of the data off it, unfortunately. But I did some tutorials on this and I built a couple of things, and I mean, they were pretty good. So I thought that I'd re-download it and I'd retry it for you guys. So just basically show you what the new software could look like. But also what I will tell you is it's glitchy. So I've had this Blender 4.5 alpha software actually close down on me a couple of times. I've been having moments where I've had that little blue circle where it's doing the thing going round and it's stopped responding. So I'm going to try it today. We're going to try and build something. So this is just a pure test, Blender test kind of tutorial. So I was actually looking at some things on Pinterest. 1 second. I think we'll build a capsule hotel. So I had a couple of ideas for this. And there's plenty to choose from on Pinterest. Pinterest wise has a lot of inspiration for pod hotels or capsule hotels. So yeah, we'll start off with something futuristic maybe. So I've got a little idea of what I want to do. So we want the keys on here. Pretty sure. Oh, we don't have them. So if you've not got the keys, just go to preferences. I think it's extensions or add-ons. It's something like that. Should be key, screencast keys. Here we go. Yep. Okay. So screencast keys in the corner. You guys can see that. I'll just pull this up just a little bit because this is a different software. It doesn't have the same settings that I originally put on there. Oh, that's new. I think that's new. You can change line thickness now, or maybe that's something that's always been there. I've just never seen it. Oh, we don't need it that big. We don't need it that big. Let's tone that font down. Maybe up a little bit. Okay. Right. So there's another thing as well. I've tweaked my settings on my computer because I noticed that my microphone was really low for some reason, and my webcam is playing up. My graphics card's getting a couple of glitches on it as well, so I think there's some drivers that I need to download to my computer. So if you see any glitches or anything like that, don't worry about it. I'm currently looking at fixing it. So I think we should start off with a plane. maybe. Yes. We'll start off with the plane to begin with. That way we've got something to work from and work with. Let's scale this up. And hopefully you guys are seeing me okay on this. I did tweak the settings a little bit. I'm just trying to think. Yeah. My webcam just wasn't for turning on when I tried to do tutorials. It's an HD one. About 7 years old, something like that. So I definitely think I need a new one at the minute. So we're going to start off with first capsule, and what we'll do, we'll clone the capsules on each turn. So just scale them outwards a little bit. So generally, when you have a capsule, it's generally just a room, big enough for a bed. So maybe just there. Press G, bring it across. And what we're going to do is make the capsule, then clone it on top of itself, and then we'll add all the numbers and stuff like that. So, what we want to do, edit mode. Let's, Control R, put it in the middle. Control R on this side, Control R on this side. You just want to quarter it, so we've got something to work with. You can design the inside of the capsules as well, if you wanted to. So let's go another on this side. Okay, so I think we should select this face, this face, this face, this face, and this face. Press Shift Control, go straight across. This will be the entrance to the capsule. Gonna go, many of the capsules have glass faces to them. I think that's more the realistic ones. I'm just looking through Pinterest at the moment. See what the Japanese ones look like, and they've got some in London as well. It's quite cool. It's just showing me very futuristic stuff, so I guess use your imagination. So E for extrude, we'll do this. This is the lip of the pod. E for extrude again. Scale it outwards. What I'm going to do is put the X-ray on so that we can see on the inside. We're going to go G, just move it across so that it's more or less central. And then we will scale it up just slightly. Make sure that you've kind of got the line flush just here. So press G, just bring it up to the lip, just at the edge there. And then we're going to go E for extrude. And then maybe at the end we could make some shelves and stuff like that. Put the bed in the middle. Okay, let's go object mode. I'm just going to remove the X-ray. So you should have something like this. Let me go to edit mode. I'm just going to select these corners up at the sides here. So 1... Oops. 2, oh no, not that one. 2, 3, and 4. So you're just selecting the diagonals. Scale it inwards. So kind of got this capsule look to it. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to put some lighting around the outside. So if we go Control R, just scroll your wheel in the middle to make this double loop cut. Again, do the same on each side. So this is going to be for our lighting. So when we do this, we want to pull in these corners just to make it a little bit more rounded, so that we can see everything. I'm just going to highlight what we need to round off, and then you guys can see what I'm doing, because there's no point in me leaving it blank and then leaving it up to your imagination kind of thing. Well, you can leave it up to your imagination if you want to, but it's just going to be easier for some people, I think, if I highlight what we're doing. So press new. You see what I mean about it being a bit slow? So we're going to go with, we'll make a secondary one. Secondary material. This one will be the new one. Put this as lighting. Now, leave it as principled BSDF to begin with, but we're going to put it as red, a sign. And we should get it just on here. Now what you want to do is make this line circular, or at least rounded off. So it's a little bit of tweaking, but it's relatively cool. So just go to the corner point here, just around here. Click on these two vertices. So you got one here, and then you got one here. So it should be in the nook of the corner. You just press scale. Make sure that you stay along the same line. And then press scale again and just bring them down. Oops. Why won't you go down? Oh, that's bizarre. Okay, that's either a very big glitch or something's gone wrong there. Right, scale. 1 second. Let me try G. See if G. Oh, G works. Okay. So what I wanted to do is scale it inwards and then bring it down, but apparently it won't do that for me. Let's go with these top corners. Scale these inwards. G to bring them down. I'm just going to try and make it look a little bit rounder there. So when we do this point and this point, come on. You can press G, bring it down again. Just try and make this as accustomed as it possibly can. So I'm just going to straighten out these ones as well, because we had that round edge. Let's go scale. Okay, and then we want to do the same with the bottom as well. Press this one, press this one. Why have I still got screencast keys up? I get so involved in things sometimes, I forget. Press G, bring it up. S to scale, bring it inwards. Then we'll go for these 2 points. Press G, bring it down. And then these two, press G, bring it down. For this side right here, we'll just pull this outwards. Scale. Oops, no, wrong one, my bad. Scale that one outwards. Then come down to these ones. I'll just scale this one outwards. Now I'm going to have it flat at the bottom, curved at the top. Once we're on faces, just select all of the, to select the lighting, we could click everything, but instead of clicking everything, we could do, click the lighting, click select, and it'll select everything for us. So we're going to go E for extrude, and just bring it inwards. Now this is the point where we can make the emission. So we could go to principle BSDF, go to emission, and then we can make this orange, I guess. I'll just bring this up just a little bit. I'm just going to go shade smooth. So, let's see. I'm going to actually elongate this just slightly. Looks a little bit more like a hospitable place. I'm just going to add a cube in the middle for the bed. Scale it downwards. G, you can put some material on it if you'd like. But for me, I'm just going to do just a standard bed look. G, bring that inwards. I would do this on X-ray, just so that you can get this all the way to the end. Press G, bring it over. And what you want to do, so that things aren't clipping and it's looking a little bit more realistic, don't exceed any of these sides right here. So you see right here, I've got the mattress coming out at the back. We don't really want that. We want that to come in just a little bit, so it's got that little bit of air gap, so that it looks like someone's just placed an ill-fitted bed in there, if you will. So for the pillow, we'll do, actually, you know what, we'll take the same object, Shift D. Just squish it down a little bit. And then rotate it just slightly. Obviously this is basic graphics at the moment. I just want to experiment with this a little bit. Just going to pull that in. G, bring it over. Usually they have screens on the inside of the capsule hotels. So if I do 2 pillows there, and they also have a little bit of under storage or over storage as well, so we could put some shelves in here. So we could go to cube. Oops, did I put? No, you know, I don't want that. Let's do cube. I accidentally put plain. So I'll just bring that down, and this will be the storage. Scale it. Press G. Bring it over. Just going to take it off X-ray. You can see it's very basic kind of graphics. I'm just primarily testing what the program can do. I don't want to push it too far, just in case we lose it, because last time I lost it, I lost my project on it, so I don't want to push it too far just in case I lose it again. So maybe we'll have a couple of shelves just here, just to put things on. Usually they have under storage just on this side. That's usually within the capsule itself. So on the other side, we could do Shift D again. Just going to rotate this. This will be a TV screen. So scale it up. And usually what you have, this one can clip into the wall, by the way. Usually what you have is roll down doors and stuff like that. So we could do a cylinder, rotate that by 90, scale it outwards, scale it back down again, press G, just bring it up. Usually the door rolls from the outside. Scale that down just slightly. Or you could have this as a little bit of a compartment, so it gives the illusion of a rolled up door. So this will be the plastic sheeting on the outside, so to speak, so the door would just come in between here. So if you really wanted to, you could put an airlock kind of thing in here if that was the thing that you wanted to do. So if you got an X-ray, and you, in theory, if I do Control R, bring this down. Actually, better idea. Control R, and then you could do it like this if you wanted to, or you could just do standard. So just clip it just about here, then go Control, oops, not select, Control R, bring your secondary one over. Take off this X-ray. Oops. Right, ignore that one. I did it on the outside by accident. This is going to be fiddly now. You can see it happening. Usually... Oh, that's really weird. Can't seem to put a thing on it on the inside. Anyway. We can make an artificial one. Let's go with a plane. Rotate this by 90. Press G. Bring it across. Just scale it and get it just about inside of the doorway. If it's not going to work via us loop cutting, we can always make an additional object just to sit there, so it gives the illusion that it's connected, but it's not. Scale it upwards. Okay, so go into object mode, edit mode even, and Control R, and just up at the sides, place little barriers. And then what I'm going to do, go Control R, scroll it a couple of times, Control R, scroll it again a couple of times, and then we're going to remove the faces just here, press delete. You could do, oops, press faces, yep, there we go, and then just hit these corners that you have right here. So we go into X-ray, you can see that we're selecting these corners, and then just scale them inwards. So you got this kind of buffer zone going on. Right click and then shade smooth. If we go back onto the edit mode, we can go select everything. And then whilst we're on X-ray, I can show you what I'm doing here. So we can go E for extrude and just bring it outwards. So this gives us a little bit of a lip. So when you have it, this is what it should look like. So this little gap right here is for when the door closes. So you have an outside and an inside, so it's fully sealed. Now on the inside here we could put some strip lighting. We could do a cylinder, rotate it to its side, so 90, rotate it and scale. Scale it down so it's almost like a strip light. We're going to go shade smooth, press G, bring it up, and then just insert it just into corner to corner into the capsule itself. Now what we can do with this is we can change this to an emission. Usually when you're in a capsule hotel, you can change the lighting colour. So most of the time it's kind of like a blue or a yellow kind of shade. So if we go to emission and we change this to a blue, you see that there's nothing happening at the moment. So we're going to switch from EV to cycles. And now we have this kind of very nice glowing, I think it's more of a purple. See, this is how the software acts. It's a little bit slower, to say the least. It's a little bit slower. It's certainly taxing my computer way more than the previous versions did. I'm hoping that this is just kind of a development issue, you know. Yeah, I think we're okay. I'm just going to turn off the render just for the moment. Scale it outwards. So turn the X-ray off. Excuse me. So that will be our light. Gonna have it as blue. We can also change this to the opposite side as well. And then we could make these shelves, say, a nice grey colour. Or a nice blue colour, something like that. Change it all to that one. So when we click off this and we press render, got something like this. These bed sheets, we could just maybe make them an off colour. There's a lot of weight. Oh, did you see that? Did you see that? That nearly went then. This is what I'm meaning about this version. It's it's going. It's going. I think it was a bit loud though. I've adjusted the settings on my microphone and I'm looking at the scale here, and the Audiux mic is just like in the red zone. I'm used to speaking loudly because apparently people can't hear me, and now the mic's sensitivity's been turned up. It's I'm having to go really quiet. Oh, come on. Right, I'm going to turn off the render mode because I think being on render it's too much for the software. I'm going to rename this one. This is going to be shelf. Let's change these materials to shelf so it's all uniform. Trying to think. This is going to be kind of a yellowy colour. That's going to be just materials as is. Capsules white. Maybe we can make it slightly metallic for plastic. Let's see. I'm just going to add a plane for the door. 90. Press G, just bring it in. Make sure it sits just between these two borders right here. This will be the door to the capsule. And the best thing about this as well, you can adjust it. So you can make it a small door, large door, whatever like that. As long as it sits in between, you're good. Go back to X-ray. I want to go to edit mode. Just E for extrude and just make it slightly beveled, so to speak. I'm just going to turn up the lighting right here because I saw that the lighting wasn't great. And hopefully, come off the X-ray and onto the render. This is what we should get. I think that lighting's a little bit too much. Just go back to the regular view. I think we want to go to about 300 with this. Maybe that's a bit too bright, I think. Just tone that down a bit. Yeah, that looks about right. So at the headpiece right here, we can actually add a shelf. So edit again, and just select these two vertices right here. We could go S to scale, just bring it outwards a little bit. E for extrude, and just bring it back so that they've got a little bit of a shelf to put their luggage on. And as I said, these can be moved as well. Just trying to think. Okay, so let's give these puppies some texture. So we've got this base colour right here. Maybe we want to add from textures. Let's see what we've got from textures. Magic texture, point texture, Veroni's pretty good. Wave texture's pretty good. Wave texture might actually suit that pretty well. Oh, I don't know about that, but I definitely know that this, if we go to new and then we add wave texture, would look brilliant. Let's see, wave texture for the door. Scale it up a little bit. In fact, I could take this, rotate this by 90, scale it outwards this way because for some reason the texture is going that way. And we could just change it up to this, almost like it's just been rolled up. Scale it downwards just slightly. get rid of this wave texture on here. Let's see. You can do noise texture, I guess. No. Okay, let's just do a regular noise. Could distort it a little bit, have some funky bed sheets. That'd do. Let's add in a colour ramp. Maybe just bring the white up a little bit. And then we could put that orange back in that we had last time. So right here. So it's not fully material, it's not physics or anything, but it gives the almost illusion that the bed sheets are crumpled a little bit. We could also add to this by using a bump. Come on. Right, so I'm just going to turn off the render at the moment, just add, and then bump. Bump texture, come on. You want to go colour to height. And notice that nothing's happening, but if we render it, we can see there's like these little folds in the sheets. And this little kind of crumpling kind of stuff. Now we can turn down the strength on this if you want to. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. All we can do is wait. Come on. Patiently waiting, as my art tutor used to say. Please don't shut down on me, because I've spent so much doing this, and I lost my last video. Come on, Blender. You can do it. Yay! There we go. Right, okay. I'm going to turn off the render mode. I'm just going to reduce the strength on that just slightly. Here we go. Maybe just a slight little bump. Scale that down just a little. That looks a lot better, I think, than what we had. So we want to make this plastic as well. The plastic, we kind of want to take down the roughness, pull up the metallic just a little bit. Maybe we could put a noise texture with a bump. That would probably look better. So we got the noise texture, we want a bump. Colour to height, and then we want the colour ramp to go in the middle just here. I don't know what the scale is on this, hold on. Oh. Okay. Oh, there she goes. Okay. We just want to bring that up a little bit. Make it like a rough kind of plastic. Maybe turn this strength down just a little. And you could have the inside of the capsule a different colour if you wanted to. So whilst we're taking this, we could actually go to edit mode. I'll just go on standard. Just select, go to the faces, select every single face on the inside of the capsule that you want to change. And we could just get this as a regular white smooth paint. So just press plus right here. You want to go new and then just inside. So maybe slightly metallic but not fully metallic. Don't forget to click assign. I'm not going to do the back. I kind of want it to match the front a little bit. So when we go to render, this is what we should have. I think it's a little bit too grey for my liking though. It's a little bit too straight as well. There's so many things on this that I could say I don't like. But at the same time, you know, it's a new software. I kind of want to test out what it can do. Just with the basics. You know, I actually might change that back wall. I don't quite like how the lighting is with that. Let's go edit mode. Select this and go to the corner right there. Oops. Yeah. Okay, click it inside and then go assign. Okay, so the capsule hotels that I've seen on here generally are stacked on top of one another. And then there's numbers on each one. So trying to think of the best way to do this. Maybe just have these literally stacked on top of one another. I'm just going to make the corridor a little bit bigger. I think what I might do, let's go to edit mode. I'm just going to select the bottom of the capsule itself. I'm just going to elongate it just slightly. So just press G and just move it upwards. And then I'll elongate the outsides as well. So they're not quite as cramped. Oops. I do wrong. Something I did wrong. That vertices doesn't look correct. Oh, that's the roller. Looking like I'm looking at it like it's part of the objects that I'm working with. No, it's me. It's me being me. Right, so once you're finished with your capsule, select everything, and then we can start stacking these on top of one another. So we can go Shift D, stack this on top of this. And we can do this at kind of an angle if you wanted to, like building blocks, so we could get some little ladders coming down onto this bit. To be honest with you, select everything from these two capsules and then we can just duplicate it across. No, that way. Then we're going to edit the capsules as well so they look different. So, if we hit render, it should look something like this. And we can put the numbers on the sides. You know, I've selected that, the side right there. Let's go with, I'm just going to go ahead and click everything in here. Oh, we're missing a light in that one. Oh, no, we're not. No, we're not. Right. I think that's everything clicked in that one. Just going to go ahead and move it across. Finish off that wall a little bit. And then we could take all this, we could actually duplicate this, rotate it around, and then have the other side of the corridor full of capsules as well. So let's box select that, just click and drag. Oh, that's not good, some of them haven't got beds in. Oops. Okay, let's Shift D. Let's Shift D some beds in, I thought I clicked them. Shift D, oopsie. That should have just duplicated across. Why is it that I've duplicated this one, that one's come out okay, and then I've duplicated both of them and they've not come out okay? That's really weird. But then again, this is kind of beta alpha, so not quite. It's a tested software, you know what I mean? So it's not quite there yet, so to speak. Right, so just to make sure that I click everything, let's go into X-ray mode. Box select all of this. Get rid of that. Oh, yeah. See, I selected everything, but these haven't been selected, so we've got have they got them? Please have them. Oh, they don't have the rollers. Right. This roller, this roller, this roller, this roller. How many have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mine's where drive via 6. And then Shift D. And then just press G, move them across. And then we've got one spare just there. Glad I noticed that. Right, now, let's try this one again, shall we? Select everything. Get rid of that. Shift D, bring it across. Rotate by 180. Oops, 180. Bring that in. Drop this corridor down a little bit. And I think we're in business. Oh, that sucks. I've just realised something else isn't on there. The shutters for the top ones. Oh, that's not a pain in the backside at all. Oh, right. Right. I think this software is not quite foolproof. I'm pretty sure that I selected everything. So what are we? 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Yeah. Okay, Shift D. Bring that up. G, bring it across. There's not much point in editing both sides. I might as well edit one side and then reclone them. So if I press 7, definitely selected everything. Click that off. Duplicate. Rotate 180. And then the floor came down. Right, yes. So, at this point I want to edit some of these, so I want to close them. So we're just going to press S for scale. Scale it up a bit. Press G, bring it down. I think within this, oh no I didn't put a bump texture in, so I'm going to add a bump texture in this one. Just go to the heights so we can see the slides, and then we want to go with a colour ramp. Just in there. Oh my gosh, this is getting slow. This is not good. Okay, so we're going to go G, bring it down to that way. I pray and I hope when you render this you don't start freezing up. That is going to be a really bad thing. I've got the window open downstairs and all I'm seeing is little blooming blue bottles coming in. Oh, just my luck. Yeah, I really need to save this. I was testing it out just to see what's going on, but getting this far in the project, it warrants being saved. For sure. I think I actually might change the lighting of the pods to blue if I can get this back. Come on. I think if I speak to it really nicely, it'll come back. Come on, Blender, you can do it. Come on, Blender. That sounds really, really patronising. Patronising Blender to make it work. Come on, Blender. Hey, you can do it. You did it. Nope. Okay. Come on, Blender. You can do it. This is fun. Yay! Oh, sugar. Don't hit your phone on your screen. That's never a good idea. Although I'm getting a new phone screen, not a new phone screen, a new phone case at some point because for some reason it's split all the way down. It's silicone, but I've had it for like 2 years. I noticed it's got like this massive hole in the bottom of it, so I'm like, yeah, I need a new phone case. I got a new one coming. I think it's either tomorrow or the day after, something like that. It was one of those phone cases that you couldn't get on next day delivery. Like, they literally just turned around to me and went, yeah, you're going to be waiting for like 4 days. And I'm like, okay, yeah, as long as I get my phone case, I'm happy. I mean, I'm not one of those people that's like, I want it now. You know what I mean? It's like, I'll wait. It's cool. Come on. I'm going to guarantee this is going to crash in like 2 seconds. This is going to crash. I'm calling it now. I'm calling it. This is just way too long and I don't want to touch it to bother it. Because if I touch anything, it's just, yeah. Hands off. Hands off. I got a PSP. I found it in my old stuff. Hold on. I don't know whether I can mention it on my channel, but like really old PSV Vita. I'm trying to get it to work because I can't remember how it works originally. I used to play like Crash Bandicoot and all sorts on it. It was great. I used to have original PSP as well when I was a kid. That was awesome. Okay, so these shutters, I'm just going to take this one off, replace it with this one, because it just looks a lot neater and a lot more uniform if we do it that way. Yes, I'm glad this came back. Right. I'm right near the end of it anyway. Get this in a little bit. Shift D. I might actually pause the recording just for a moment just to go ahead and save it. And then I'll get right back to you. So I'm just going to remove these ones. This seems really counterproductive to do, but you know, I trash my scenes. After I make them, I just trash them. So they look a little bit more realistic. So all of the amazing perfection that I have, I just like go, yeah, let's get rid of that. Okay, right, I'm gonna pause 2 seconds and then I'll come back. Okay, I'm back. So, where were we at? Right, to make things, it is super windy outside as well. Right, I'm just gonna close a few of these pods. Delete those off. No, that's not what I want. I want one of them, not all of them. Right, Shift D. bring that one across. Shift D, bring the other one across. The best thing about this as well, because they're all on the same material matrix, I can just change the material from all of them to most of them. From one of them to all of them. And then if I want any individual ones, I can just alter and clone it, I guess, and then make my changes. Shift D. Right, Shift D for the top. G, bring that over. Shift D. Shift D. Yeah. Okay, so we have this pattern ongoing. So what I'm going to do, take the lighting out of here. I'm going to place the camera maybe at this angle, maybe head height angle. I kind of want to do another capsule layer on top of here, but I'm debating it. We need little ladders running in between as well, and the numbers. So let's do this as viewpoint, align viewpoint, camera to view. G, bring it back a little bit. Just want to get the camera just clipping the side of these two right here. So this one right here, this one right here, so it continues the pattern on. We want another one of these capsules just at the side. So, you know, we've got the outside of the capsule right here. I don't think... Actually, it should be okay not to select everything on the inside, because this is just kind of a prop capsule. It's kind of off camera, so it should be okay. So, yeah, you got the prop capsule right there. I'm just going to split this, do view for camera and view for regular. So you can see what's going on. Let's go, yeah, that's great. Select everything apart from the floor. And hopefully, if I press Shift D, all this should come with. Oh, it's perfect on one side, but not quite the other. Because that's the prop. That's the prop that we just put in. So, we're going to need another prop in the middle here. Come on. Shift D, move it up. Because you're not really going to see that detail as much. It just looks like a closed pod. Just scale up the floor a little bit. You're going to want to add a ceiling as well. Maybe just there. Just quite off center. Yeah, okay. Let's see. I'm going to select everything and then make another run on the corridor here. So we don't want the ceiling and we don't want the floor, but we do want to go Shift D and then bring everything over and pray and hope that it sits correctly. Somewhat correctly. That hole is brilliant, so I can see the other side too. Just bring that in right there. And we'll just clone the capsule again. Just Shift D, bring that over. That should be okay. And then of course we want the little ladders as well. So you'll notice that you can't see all the way down the corridor here, so just press your camera and you should have end on your camera settings right here, you just want to extend the end to your camera so it goes all the way down. Scale up your floor a little bit, and I can put some tiles on the floor to give it a bit of depth. So if you're working with 3.4, should work just the same. So we want tiles on this floor. I'm going to put the ladders for maybe the first couple, and then I'll duplicate them over. In theory I should have done the ladders first, but to be honest with you, the way that the whole thing was, it just seemed logical to make the pods before the ladders. And we could do the same thing with the ladders that we did with the pods. Let's go with a brick texture. Unless you want something funky. Let's add a bump node right there. I want to be able to see that, so let's go scale, make it smaller, make it bigger, however you want it. You can size the bias, the brick width as well. You can make it offset, or you can make it uniform. The mortar size, you might want to take it down to 0.05, or maybe just a little bit higher. Let's go with 0.01, see how that will work. 0.01 is pretty good. Let's see. So take your colour to your height. And now you have this kind of weird pattern going on. Now we can add the colour ramp. And we can start making this a little bit darker if you wanted that. I would say for the floor, make it a little bit more metallic, so it gives that kind of space age kind of theme. Take your roughness down. That looks pretty good. So this ceiling right here, I'm gonna put. Let's go back to layout. I'm gonna put regular cube. Press G, bring it up. Scale it, and then scale across. This is gonna be like a wall that we could use. So just press G and then just bring it down. Sit on top of the capsules. And then we're going to assign this to the material of the capsules themselves, I think. Shelf. I can't remember what the material's called. Hold on. Oh, I didn't name it. So capsule outer. So this one will be then capsule outer, so it matches. Shift D, go across. Let's make that roughly the same. Trying to think for this end wall. Maybe we could just do a standard wall, just kind of bring this across. So, scale down, scale up, G, bring it across. Ooh, I've got mail. I'll answer that in a minute once it's rendering. All I heard was a little root root. Right, so we got this this little gap on one side and we have this little gap on the other. I think it should be okay. I don't think you're going to really notice that much. If it was something that I was doing professionally, then yes, I would fill that in. But for this, we're just kind of testing the software, so it should be okay. Scale that outwards. You can add something in there if you want to. It's just with the way that the software is behaving at the moment, I don't want to push it too far. Okay, so I want some strip lighting across here, just to kind of give it some ambience. Let's go scale that 90. Sorry, rotate 90 and then scale it outwards. Scale it back so it's smaller. Shade smooth. Scale it across. And then we'll go ahead and put this straight up onto the roof. Make sure it goes all the way. Scale it outwards. We can start putting some room numbers on these ones. These ones are all going to be blurred, so the detail can go just on here, for now. As I said, if I was building this with a bit more of professionalism, I would totally change it. So with this, we're going to want to go emission. Maybe go to an orange. And then with this one, want to go again with the same orange. So hopefully when we render it, it's not going to crash my PC or do anything else. I'll just save that before we do. And hopefully we have a good image. Ah, it's just LinkedIn. My message was from LinkedIn. LinkedIn. So that was pretty cool. Very basic. I would add some more texture to it and more stuff. But it looks pretty cool the way it is. I definitely will put the ladders on there, for sure. I'm just going to click off that light, because it looks a little bit too orange with it selected. I think the light from the pods is a little bit too much. Maybe we could change some of the colours. But it's not actually too bad for the new version of Blender that's apparently coming out. It's not too bad. It's just a little glitchy in places. For sure. I think... Okay, I'm going to add the ladders and then I'm going to end this tutorial because it's been a while and I can feel the heat coming from my PC. Like, my PC's under my desk, but it's on wheels so it can be pulled out. And it's pulled out currently and I can feel the heat. It's like an indoor heater at the moment. So the stairs, the ladders, whatever, should be pretty simple. So just get a cube. I'm just going to elongate it. Scale it inwards. And then we'll do, so maybe we scale it down and then put it up against one of the pods so we can see what we can work with, rather than just making it willy-nilly. Let's press G, bring that up. Okay, so each one of these pods is gonna want a set of steps to get up to the pod at the top. So we take this, Control R, and then just roll your scope a few times. And then we're gonna go Control R, make a step here, Control R, make a step here, Control R, Control R. Okay, and then we're going to do some extrude. Did I do that correctly? So one step here, We'll do one step here, one step here, one step here, another here. I think that step's a little bit too big, but should be okay. Let's press E for extrude. And then E for extrude again, and then we'll scale inwards. Just kind of gives it that little bit of bevel. Shade smooth. And then we'll go to a black. Maybe. And then what we can do edit mode. All these faces that we've just selected, press plus, new. And then maybe we could do this as a blue. Actually, you need emission. Put these as kind of a blue kind of tone. Press assign. Let's click off that. Should have something like this. And then what we could do as well, we could make the stairs themselves, the black part, a little bit metallic, less roughness. Let's just put this back as normal. And then what we could do as well is the steps that are on top, because they don't quite, you can't quite see them. Make these kind of an orange, I think, or a white. Plus new, assign. Let's see how that one checks out. I think that looks a little bit better. But maybe we could do the light itself as an emission. Because you have to imagine as well, if this is a company that owns these pods and it's very dark in the corridor, you're going to want an emission somewhere that kind of tells people there's a step here. So I think it's a little bit too bright. Just tone that down just a little bit. Maybe let's go with, you know, I'm going to pull that down just slightly. So we can change these at any time anyway. So if I take this Shift D, let's move it to the other side there. So you've got that pod. Hopefully we could just do Shift D all the way down. And they'll sit in the right places as we're doing so. Oops, this is going to be fiddly. So, the more Shift D-ing you do, in theory, so Shift D, it should straighten it out. So Shift D all the way down. I should have in theory put these on at first, but I don't think I thought about that. Make sure that they're roughly in the places that they need to be. Shift D. Oops. See, we have these ones in the right place, but then these ones kind of come out a little bit. So just move them back to where they need to be. Just going to do these two for now, and then we can just judge these. Yeah, I think that should be okay. So now we just have to do the same for the other side as well, if you want that kind of effect. So, Shift D, rotate these by 180. G, bring that down. Just bring those out a little bit. Oh, I got more messages. Yay. There's certain times of my day that turns into blooming Trafalgar Square. Everyone wants to know. Like, Becky, Becky, Becky. Okay. I'm coming. As soon as I can. Right. So, you've got that one. Shift D. Bring them across. Oh, we got one. We got two actually that are in the wrong place. Just moving back. Sometimes when you do stuff like this and you, like I didn't count numbers. Counting numbers is where you press the 1, 2s or whatever like that. When you scale things out. Because I didn't count that this time. Everything is going to be in a really odd place. Something that I always do, but when I'm testing software more for the aesthetics and to just see how it reacts to things more than I am getting things perfect. And I think it's okay to do that as well, because life's not perfect. Sometimes when you build something, you know, you're an inch off something, or you know, something's out of whack occasionally. And I think it adds more character to it. It's almost like whoever built it became tired after a while. Let's see. And started making mistakes and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So it's kind of a genuine thing. Yeah, I'm near the end anyway. Two, three. Oh, you know what? I only need one. Great. I only need one. Right, so the last bit that I'm doing of this is the depth perception. So with the depth perception, you're going to want to do something that's probably about midway, unless you want macro, or you want to be taking a, excuse me, full photo of a scene. You're going to want something that's midway. Wow, I've got excuse me, something in my throat there. So go to your depth of field. Let's select this capsule right here. I'm just going to select the steps. Now if you go into this tab right here, viewport shading, the third one across, and you just move down the f-stop, you'll see that everything here basically blurs out. Everything in the background blurs out. Yeah, you got a little bit of a foreground going on right here. If you take it out a little bit, everything comes in focus. So this is the kind of look that we're going to go for. If I press render at the moment, I'm going to guarantee this is probably going to crash, but we can give it a go. I just press save. So when you actually render this out with F12, it'll look completely different to what it does on here. On here you've got all the fuzziness, you've got all the buzzing kind of thing and all the noise going on. When you actually set it to render, you'll probably be looking at about 4 hours on a render for something like this, at least. And all these little imperfections should be gone from it. And that's the point where you kind of realise that you've made mistakes. It's okay, because making mistakes, this is how we learn. If you do make a mistake and you have to go back and do it, it's kind of unfortunate, but at least you know from experience that you're not going to do that again, because you're not going to waste your time trying to remake something. So yeah, this is the alpha tutorial for Blender testing. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed the 4.5 kind of tutorial thing that I've got going on right now. I'll see you in the next one. Please like, subscribe, do all that jazz. Yeah, I'll see you guys later. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be looking at Halloween text. And you know, there's like some really good Halloween text on here actually. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and just delete the default cube. And I'm going to add text from the top right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go alpha rotate, and we'll rotate this round 90 degrees just right here. And I'm going to press, let's see, we'll press 1 just for the side view. And I'm going to go ahead and put the camera onto a line view as well. So once this aligns and we're happy, we'll go ahead and we'll start adding some text. So what I'm going to do, let's go ahead and edit this for 1 second. Go into edit mode and we'll type in Halloween. So, pretty sure that doesn't, 1 second. Let's see. Yeah, okay. It's like a Halloween. Right, so let's go with this. Let's go object mode. Let's go G. We'll move this across. And what I'm going to do is I'll add in a plane just at the bottom as well. Just go ahead and scale that out. Let's see where that is. Right, so now we've got a little bit of a lip right there where we can see what's going on. So what we can do with this, let's go on to side view again, and we've got the Halloween stuff right here. Let's go view and we will view camera. So we've got Halloween. Go ahead and put this one down here, Halloween, just all the way across here. So this is just kind of like practicing with text and stuff like that. So we'll take this first Halloween that we have, and I'm going to go ahead, go to the data option, and we're going to go down to font and click the little open font at the side. Now you guys aren't going to be able to see the fonts that are currently on my screen, primarily because for some reason it doesn't record the pop-up screens. I don't understand why, but I'll tell you which ones I'm using, and you guys can see them at the side right here anyway. So we'll start first and foremost with Almonte Snow Regular. So this is a really good one if, say, you want, I don't know, kind of like blood or something like that. You know what I mean? It's got that kind of nice little drippy texture. We can go with geometry and just extrude this a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and just remove these other Halloweens right here. Let's see what we can do with this. Come on, let me remove it. There we go. Okay, so I'm just going to press G, just bring this down. We've got a nice little surface to work from there. So with the Halloween one, we can go ahead and we can add like a red to it, something like that. Maybe like it's kind of like a comic-y kind of red. Take the roughness up. Maybe just a little bit metallic, but it's totally up to you. So the lighting as well, I'm just going to go ahead and move that to the front so we can see what's going on, and move this down to there. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the 90s computers that we used to have in the school, in our school at least. Like just chilling, you know what I mean? Just like, you remember the old 90s PCs if you were ever born in the 90s. I'm going to show my age in a minute. But yeah, it kind of reminds me of the text that you had from that. So you've got this Halloween right here, kind of like a nice little blood effect. We could press G, just bring the next Halloween up. We could go with the data tab, and I'm going to go ahead and get another text from here. And the next one that I kind of look at is the Alex Brush Regular. Now this is kind of like a kind of gothic kind of writing, kind of like chic gothic, I would say. Really great if, say, like you have like a formal event or something like that. This is kind of the nice Halloween where people can read it. So we could have this as black for this particular one. I have that nice little shine in the background. To be honest with you, I think I might take the world settings and just kind of amend them just very slightly, so you guys can see what's going on. Maybe put that as a nice little blue. Just like that. Maybe that's too much. I think there would be great. Okay, so, we can have this as a white. Lighter colour maybe. Yeah, just, you guys can see that, right? So, let's take the next Halloween. We'll just press G, just bring it up. And we'll go to data again. So, yeah, we're looking at text at the side. And I think the next one's a little bit further down. We could do with this one, which is the broadcast matter regular. Which this one is kind of a weird one. It kind of interrupts some of the writing as well. And I think this is a great thing to say, like, if you were making a project and say you had writing on the wall and some of it was smudged off and it had been worn down after a while, this is a great one for, say, like a keep out sign or something like that, or a get out sign. I'm just going to go ahead and duplicate this Halloween again. Let's go there. Right, okay, so the next text that I would personally choose for anything Halloween-y, probably this one. This is Creepy Girl Regular. So this is your scratch kind of thing, like fingernail kind of scratching type text. Let's put that one as red as well. We've also got the Halloween on this side. We can move this to the other side. That would be great. Okay, so we got the Halloween here as well. I'm just going to go ahead and just duplicate this a couple of times so you guys can get the idea. Okay, so this one in particular, we can do, let's go on to the next one that I would choose. Where is it at? Where is it at? Where is that? Okay, so we could do Edwardian script, which is great for your vampire stuff. It's very similar to the second one that we had. So this is Edwardian. And if you notice the second one that we had, which is this one right here, this is actually Alex Brush regular compared to Edwardian at the side right here. So, I mean, they're very, very, very similar. Except from you've got kind of a hole right here. You've got like a little join right here. Totally up to you what you want to use. They are incredibly similar actually, but you know, whatever you'd like. So the next one that I go for, let's go for the end of the alphabet, I would say. I mean, if you wanted kind of I don't know what you call it. Oh my gosh, his name escapes me. Right, there's a guy who does all the horror movies for kids. I can't remember his name, but this type of text may suit you if you're looking for something similar. So that's in there as well. We have the next Halloween. Let's choose this one. We'll go towards Z. Let's see if we can get towards Z. Just for something for you guys. They got all the weird ones at Z. Let me see. Let me Z. You've got regular handwriting ones. I don't know if you'd want that one. Totally up to you. Kind of like squished all together. That is the that is the Baltimore. Rosa Baltimore regular. And then you've got this last one as well. This will be the last one that I do. Let's go for T, I think. Let's go down to T. S. Okay, T. So I think you could probably get away with, I'm kind of looking at this one. This is Snowdrift regular. Again, we look the same as the one up at the top. So this one is the Almonte Snow Regular, and this is Snowdrift. You know what? This is probably like shining kind of thing. I don't actually know like what you'd use that for, but it is quite Halloweeny. Yeah, so let your imagination go wild, I guess, with what you have. Yeah, I just thought I'd point out some of the text that you can get within Blender. Yeah, if you guys enjoyed the tutorial, please like, subscribe, and I will see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making some Halloween styled gates. Now I have had a few requests from a few people asking me to make certain things and do tutorials on those. So I'm going to be looking into doing a few tutorials on gaming, and I'm also going to be looking at doing a few tutorials on map making as well. So depending on your PC and depending on how much detail you want to put into that is dependent on whether you can make the entire project. So I'm going to try and make some projects where maybe it's a little, how do I put this, a little less strain on the CPU, so to speak, in the graphics card. So what we're going to do today is the Halloween-y Gothic styled gates. So what we're going to do, we might actually need this default cube, so I'm going to start with this. Let's go to edit mode. I'm just going to go on to the face option just at the top right here, and let's go with the screencasting keys. Yep, okay, so what we need to do, let's go with G and just bring this up. This is going to be one of the side pillars for the gates in particular. What we're going to do, let's go with a side view so you guys can see what's going on. I'm just going to press 1 on that one. Okay, so when we do the top right here, we're going to go with E for extrude. Just pull this out. S to scale outwards. It's got that nice little bump coming up. I'm just going to press G and just make that a little bit taller. And then we're going to go with E for extrude again. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go S first. Scale this up a little bit, E for extrude. And then we'll go E for extrude again. And we will scale inwards. Just as such. I'm just going to press G and just bring that up just a little bit. And then I'm going to go E for extrude again. Keep it where it is. Scale it in. And then we'll go E for extrude just to bring this up to the top. And then E for extrude just to round that off so it looks a little bit weathered. So, once you've got something like this, what we can do now is we can go with, let's go object mode again. We'll go add. And we're going to add a sphere. So UV sphere. Should appear at the bottom just here. Just press G to bring it up. And we're going to place this on top just here. So what we can do with this is we can scale this down. Shade this smooth. You can have some of those really fancy kind of gothic kind of gates. I'm just going to go ahead and go into edit mode real quick, and I'm going to look underneath. So what we're going to need is the toggle X-ray, just to see underneath here. And what I'm going to do, let's go ahead and take all of the faces just at the bottom right here. Now obviously you're selecting these ones at the side right there. So what I'm going to do, just take off the toggle X-ray. If you can see this, just pull the sphere up slightly. We're just going to go E for extrude and just bring this down. So you've got it like this. So, the next part of this, let's go ahead and go to object mode again. We'll go to the stand and then edit mode. And what we're going to do is take the front and the back. So, front and back are both selected, or sides even. See, if I press 1 like this, that's the front. So if we go front and then shift and click to the back, we can go E for extrude again, scale it inwards. So this will be pretty flat at this point. We'll press G, just move it up just ever so slightly. And what I'm going to do is S for scale, just to bring it in just as such. So you should have something like this. What we're going to do, press S for scale, and we're just going to go outwards to make this flat. So now we've got both sides that are flat. ish. Okay, so I'm just going to press S for scale. Just going to scale this out just ever so slightly. And what I'm going to do, S again, and we'll go forward just ever so slightly. So we've got that nice little wear and tear. So we've got this nice little bit that's coming out here. E for extrude again. Keep it where it is. S for scale. Bring it in. We're going to scale upwards. Oops. Bit too much there. So scale upwards just about there. Scale inwards just about here. Scale outwards again, just to make that flat. And then we're going to go E for extrude, leave it where it is, S for scale, and then just bring it in. So now we have this kind of motion going on. Yeah. So you can do some designs on here, some different things. You can go ahead and Control R and make some loop cuts if you wanted to, and then just kind of pull some of this detail out. We could actually do that now, actually. Let's go Control Z. I'm just going to go ahead and just scale this inwards just a little bit so we can get some more of that detail in there. So now we should be like this. Let's go Control R. Scale this up a little bit, and what we're going to do, take some of the faces and we'll go this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and we'll just go in a pattern just down the side, just here. Ba, ba, ba. Maybe not that one. There we go. Just hold shift as you're clicking them. E for extrude. S for scale. Should be able to pull those vertices out. If you can't, we can go E for extrude again, and we can go G and just move those to the front ever so slightly. And then what we can do is S for scale. See if we can just bring that out just a little bit. Apparently not, but for the front of this looks great. Now if you were going to go to the back, you could do the same. So we could go ahead, just select every two. Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't. It depends on the version of Blender you have. So E for extrude again, S for scale, and then we could just press G and just bring these out. So yeah, I think it depends on the version of Blender you have, because sometimes I do things on Blender and then it doesn't respond and I'm like, why is it doing that? Okay, so the next part that we can do right here is we can go ahead and make the other side of the gate. So if you take this object right here, or objects, because you've got 1 and 2, we could go ahead and we could place material right here. Let's press plus. So this will be a base material, and then we could go ahead and we could edit a few things with this one if we wanted to. So just leave that one blank at the moment. We've just got the base right here. So this will be the base, let's go base color. Okay, so let's go Shift D, bring this across. Also select this one as well. So Shift D, bring these across. Select the ball on top and just go to the drop down right here to base color for both of them. So now we're going to start making the gate. So what we need to do with this, we need to find the midpoint within the gate. So if you've just done what I've done, which is in the middle, you can go ahead and you could use that if you wanted to, but if you really wanted to measure it out, let's press Control Z. Right, so we've got the correct texture on this. Let's select them both. And we're going to go Shift D, and you can press 1, and that will put that next to it. But if you press 10, you'll have this. And if we go, maybe we could go 12, just about here. So what you should have in the middle is 6. So let's go ahead and add a cube, and we're just going to make our mid-center right here. So let's go ahead, elongate that, just scale it down a little bit. And what we can do is we can go G, move it across, and press 6. Now this should be the center of our gate, and as we can see, we have equidistance on each side. So using this one as the marker, we can now make the gates on one side potentially, and then we can flip them for the other side. So, let's see. We will go with a pointy kind of gate look. So, I'm going to go with cylinder. I'm going to press G. Move it. Let's go with 3. So, it's just in the centre. And what I'm going to do, I'm kind of making this the opposite way on this side. So if we turn this around, let's move this outwards just a little bit. I'm just going to go ahead and scale this down. I'm going to go ahead and scale this up. And what you want to do is you want to make a texture for this as well. So I'm just going to press G, make sure that this is just around the line just here. So you see this line that's at the bottom right here. What we're going to be doing is putting a wall next to this piece. You want your gate in line with this, but you want it slightly higher so that it doesn't scrape the ground, essentially. So it's physics at the end of the day. So make sure this is nice and tall. And you can do this any way that you would like. You can put this up, put this down. So what I'm going to do, let's see, we'll make a nice little spike at the end of this. So I'm just going to go shade smooth. We'll go to edit mode. Take the end right here. And what we're going to do, we'll make this into a nice little pike. Right there. Let's go with E-fret extrude. Just pull it out just a little bit. Give it that nice little bevel. E-fret extrude, leave it where it is. Scale it outwards. And then we're going to go E-fret extrude. And then E-fret extrude. And we'll just bring this in. So it's got a nice little point. So what you're going to want to do at this point is we go to edit mode. Make sure you shade smooth. We'll go to the materials tab right here. And what I'm going to do, let's see. Let's put this material. There's a new one. New material. And we're just going to go with black railing. Black railing for this one. And what we can do, change this to a nice deep grey. Maybe turn up the metallic a little bit. Just so it's got that nice little kind of shine to it. If you haven't already, change out your EV to cycles. So you should have this nice little shine coming through on the red tab right there. So what I'm going to do, so you've got side view right here. So we have, we put this 12 paces apart. And we've put this as a 6. This is a 3. So what we're going to need to do is we'll go with Shift D. And I think we should be 1.5. We should be roughly. My brain's not braining today. 1.5 on that side. And we can go Shift D. And you want to press minus 1.5 on this side. And then what I'm going to do, let's press G. And I'm going to bring these down a little bit so we've got a nice little arc coming through. G, just bring this down, make sure it's kind of like an angle going upwards. Okay, so we got the 1.5. Let's go with 1 second. I want to get the measurements right on this one. So we had 1.5 and then we are dividing by 2, so that will be 0.75. So let's go with this one and we'll go Shift D. And we're just going to type in 0.75. That should be about halfway there. For this one, we'll go with Shift D. You want to change it to this side. So we're going to go minus 0.75. And then for this one, we're going to go again, Shift D, minus 0.75. And then from here, what we can do is press G, bring this down so it roughly sits in the middle, just about here. This one roughly sits in the middle of these two, just about here. And then this one can go a little bit higher because it's the center of the gates. or at least one of the centers of the gates. Let's go Shift D, move this across, and we are 0.5, sorry, 0.75 even. Where was it at? 7.5, should be like that. Okay, so let's press G, bring this up. And what I'm going to do with this one is just move it slightly to the side, because this is the center right here, and I want a little bit of space just here. So we can move these two just a little bit over. So now what we have is this issue of overhang at the bottom. So to fix the overhang right here, what I'm going to do, let's go to side view on this one. I'm going to go ahead and go to edit mode. So each one of these should roughly line up here, but we need that little bit of space. So let's select the face at the bottom, and I'm going to go ahead and press G, and I'm going to bring it up. So if I go ahead and just put this into perspective for you guys, so you've got the end of the pillar right here. Let's go G, bring this up, and maybe we could go roughly just under the red line, just here. And then we're going to go object mode, go on to your next one, edit mode, take the base face, press G, and we'll bring it up to roughly the same line. And then we'll go on to the next one and do the same with this one. So it's also trial and error a lot of the time with what you're doing. So if you make something and then you can kind of go, okay, yeah, I don't like the length of that, let's go ahead and amend it. Let's go G. Right there. And then we've got 3 more just here as well. Let's go ahead and amend that one. Just about there. And then we've got this last one right here. We're going to go G, just bring that up. So they're roughly the same size. It doesn't have to be perfect, because you imagine a gate's been set out there for a while. Maybe some of it's rusted, some of it's fallen off. Bits of it have been damaged. You know what I mean? So it doesn't have to be perfect. So the next bit that we want to do is make kind of little arches, put some bars across here, maybe make it a little bit more gothic. So what I'm going to do with this is add, and we'll go with cylinder again. Press G, bring it across. We're going to go rotate 90 degrees, scale this down. Make sure that this is roughly the same size as the bars that we've just made. It could be a little bit bigger. Could be a little bit smaller if you wanted it to, but roughly the same size. So we're just going to go S, scale this out. Just go ahead and make sure that this fits on either side. What we could do, because bars naturally wouldn't go between, what they do is they'd solder them on the side just here. So don't put them directly in between, and what you could do is just press G. And just for example, we could go with Shift D, and we can move this across. So there's 2 bars on either side. Not only does this give your gate a little bit of depth, it also gives it a little bit of detail. Can't get my words out today. It gives it a little bit of depth, and it gives it a little bit of detail. So you could do something else as well. You could go ahead and squish these down if they're too chunky. So if we just take that one off and amend it, we can go scale, and we can go ahead like this. So it's a nice little thin bar that goes across. For the material, we go to drop down and just select black railing, and this is what it should look like. So now we've got this nice little black railing kind of coming into fruition. Excuse me, I'm just going to press G, bring this down. So we can kind of box off the bottom there. I'm just going to go ahead, click Shade Smooth. Let's go with Shift D, and we'll move this across to the opposite side as well. Give it that little bit of thickness. And then I'm going to take these two bars right here and I'm just going to press Shift D, move these up to a midpoint. And then from here, maybe we could go ahead and we could go Shift D, pull these up, and then scale this in. Let's press G into the center just there. And kind of have this kind of half bar coming across. So maybe just about there, and then scale outwards just at the sides. So now we've got this nice little half bar coming across, this nice little bar at the bottom right there. Let's see. And as well, these structures that you kind of see with gates and stuff, they have a center pole that's a little bit thicker. So we could go ahead and change this one as well. Although we've moved this, we could go ahead and amend this and make this a little bit thicker at the sides as well, for handles and stuff. So let's go ahead and add a cube. Actually, no, let's go ahead and add a cylinder. I think it'd look way better with the cylinder. Let's press G. I'm just going to go ahead and we'll rotate this by 90 degrees. So 90 right there. Scale this down. This can be a little bit thinner or a little bit thicker depending on your preferences. Totally up to you. But make sure that you've got this against the bar at the side. Scale this down. We're just going to go ahead and move this just to there. And I'm going to go for edit mode. And what we're going to do with this, we can go, let's take this face right here, E-fret extrude. And we're just going to press G, bring it up. E-fret extrude, press G, bring it up. And we're just going to make a little arch. E-fret extrude, bring it to the next bit. G, bring it up. So try and follow the arch of your spikes on this one. So E-fret extrude, bring it across. We're going to go G, bring it up. Then E-fret extrude, bring it across. And then G will bring this up. E-fret extrude, bring it across. And you kind of get the pattern of what I'm doing here. E-fret extrude. And then we're going to go G, bring it up. So at the other side, it kind of looks a little bit deep on the angle right here. So what I'm going to do, let's take this piece right here. I'm just going to press G and I'm just going to bring this down just ever so slightly so that it doesn't arch as much. And I'm just going to extrude it at the end and just kind of scale it off a little bit. What you can do is if your angle is a little bit too sharp on this side, you can press the X-ray mode. And then you can go ahead and select that angle and just change it to where you need it to be. So if we just go on to the points right here, take these points in the middle, and we just press G, just bring it up as such. So once we've got this part, and I'm going to just take this end one and just arch it down just a little bit so you've got that nice little arch going on. You can also do Control R in the middle right there. Just press G. And you can arch the centerpieces as well. So you can have some little wacky patterns going across here as well. Let's go with object mode real quick. I'm just going to go to the drop down and black railing. Let's go Shift D. So let's go Shift D right across there. Just go ahead and shade smooth for both of these objects. Then take both of these objects, this one and this one. And we're just going to go ahead and Shift D it again and bring it down. So it's got that nice little kind of crisp arch coming through. So on this part we're nearly finished with the gate. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this one right here, Shift D, bring it across. I'm just going to elongate it slightly and then bring it in. So this is going to be where maybe the key lock is. And we're just going to go ahead and, oh, sorry. Shift D that again. And just bring that across. So this is probably where the gate locks up. So what we can do with the center point right here, we can actually add to this. So I'm going to go Shift D again. And as I said in the prior one, this needs thickening up on one side. So let's go with G, bring this into the center right here. Let's see, scale outwards. And then I'm going to go with edit mode, select the base face. I'm just going to press G, bring this down all the way to the bottom guard. So you've got it like this. And then what we can do, just make sure that lines up. You can go E for extrude and just scale that down so that it's flush. And this particular piece, we're going to go to the drop down menu in the materials section, black railing. You can scale this outwards just ever so slightly as well. So it should look something like this. And then what I'm going to do, we need some hinges. So let's take this one right here at the front. Let's go Shift D. Let's duplicate it, scale it down. So you have something like this. And then we're going to go G, bring it across. And make sure this fits between the pillar and the gate, and you can scale this outwards just slightly as well. This is going to be the hinge. So you can have your hinge there, and then we can go Shift D, have another hinge just at the side right here, or maybe we could lower that one just a little bit. Maybe we could go Shift D, one in the middle. It's got some nice hinges. And if you were animating this, you would just leave the hinges where they are and then have the gate as the object that moves. So let's do the other side. Let's take this divide out in between. Just go ahead and delete that one. And what we should be able to do is take all of this, if we box select it, minus your camera off and minus your light. Just double click for those. We go Shift D, move this across. Now this is the point where I get it wrong, because I choose the wrong option. So if we just move it across to this part, just where it fits and sits, we can right click and then we can go mirror, and it should be, if I get this right, it should be Z local. No, it's not Z local. Let's try again. This is the part where I struggle. Let's see, Z global. I mean, it's flipped, but it's not where we want it to be. It's going to take you a while to try and figure this out. Let's go Y global. Okay, X global. Yeah, there we go. Right, X global. So, just take it. I just place it to the side on that part right there. So, doesn't have to be perfect. Not everything's perfect, but you have a nice little gate going on. Let's go ahead and add a plane, just to give this a little bit of depth. This is a great build for gaming, by the way. If you're building games or anything like that, you could have like little areas with gated off stuff. You could also go ahead and take this. Maybe we could go Shift D, bring this across, scale this down a little bit. G, maybe like a locked gate kind of theme. So we just go like that. It's kind of like it's locked, you can't get to this section of the game. So yeah, the next bit to build would be essentially a wall coming down the side of it, and maybe some more railings as well. So what we can do, let's go with add, and we'll go cube. Press G, just bring it up to where you need it to be. Just bring it across, scale it, slide it, just like that. Maybe make it a little bit thinner so we can go S for scale. Let's go in. There we go. Just make it a little bit thinner than the pillar itself. Let's go G. Bring this across. And what we can do with this, you can either make this as a little bit of a stone wall, or you could add a brick texture to it. To be honest with you, I'm going to make this a stone wall today. So we'll go E-fret extrude, scale outwards at the side. You can make this a little longer if you need to. I would say stay in flush with the pillar itself. So we could go with, let's see, S for scale. Just pull that in just ever so slightly, and then E-fret extrude, and then E-fret extrude again, and then scale it inwards. Just as such. So I just take this off X-ray mode for 2 seconds. You've got this nice little wall that's coming through right here. What I would suggest is don't clip the edge of it. So this is kind of clipping right here. You see how this is kind of going into the side. So what I can do to solve that is we can go object mode, and we could just go and move this. You want that nice little gap that goes in between, because naturally walls will generally be made as like, so you put brick to brick rather than brick going over brick. So, yeah, just leave that little bit of a gap. It kind of makes it look like it's been built in 2 different parts. So you've got the wall there, you've got this here. We go Shift D, duplicate it. And again, we just want that little gap right there. So once we've got this, if we go into the render mode, right here, we can kind of see what's going on. Obviously there's no sun at the moment. We've got a lamp. Let's go G. Bring this across. Maybe we can make this sun. And just pull the exposure down just a little bit, because that's way too much exposure. Maybe make the sun a little bit yellow as well, so you've got that nice little natural hue. And then we can go alpha rotate and just kind of mess around with these shadows a little bit. Oops. Oi. They're going everywhere. Trying to find that perfect point. It's looking a bit gamey at the moment. So, yeah, we've got this little bit right here. So, what we need to do is add some texture to essentially the pillars that we have right here. So, we could go to shading. Let's go with render just for a moment so we can see what's going on. We have principal BSDF and we have material output. Now, we can use a noise texture, or we could use one of these other textures right here. You've got sky texture, Voronoi texture. Voronoi texture, I would say, if the wall is cracked, you could have this in the background. So I would say Voronoi texture, we could go with roughness. But you're going to need a bump texture with this. So let's go bump and add this to it. It's not going to show up straight away, but what it is micro details. So say like you've got like small scratches on glass or something like this. Voronoi is excellent for doing stuff like that, as long as you're putting it into the roughness or the metallic. So it'll show up in little bits all over. So if you had, say, like limestone or something like that, Voronoi texture is great at making kind of a limestone kind of texture, as long as you can get it to work with your object as well. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to get rid of these real quick. Let's go with add, and we'll go to noise texture. Color to base color. You see that we've got all these lines going on there as well. This is great for, say, like weathering and stuff like that. So you can put that into your roughness, you can put that into your metallic. Today we're going to put this into just the color, so I'm just going to go with bump. Place this in the middle. We're going to go color with height. Generally, I think it should work on most of the blenders, but this particular one doesn't want to do it. So we're going to have to do it the opposite way. Let's go color ramp first. It's spitting out its dummy. It doesn't like to do that. So let's go with color base, and we're going to go with color from noise texture to FAC. And now we get this nice little rough texture going on. If we improve the black on here, we can see that we get more staining. If we improve the whites, you can see that it brightens up a little bit. And if you bring both of them together, it contrasts. So Depending on how you'd like the rock to look, you could do different things. So we could go plus with this, and we could go with this third colour of a green. So say like maybe, I don't know, maybe it's in the middle of a swamp or something, and I don't know, it's been left for years and no one's cleaned it, and this is just like swamp stuff that's kind of grown on it, like there's mould and stuff like that. We could scale this up as well. Like multiple molds, you could have it like this. Maybe a little bit of staining from the trees and stuff. You could take this white. Maybe it's no longer, maybe it's like an industrial place or something, and I don't know, smog and stuff has discoloured it. Maybe it's next to a road, pollution. I don't know, whatever you want to do with your piece, it's totally up to you. Just tell the story, I guess. So I'm just going to put mine as regular stone at the moment, and we're going to go back to that bump texture that wasn't working. So within my version, I have to do the colour ramp first, and then I can put the bump in, and we'll go colour to height. So what the bump texture essentially does is it's supposed to make indents and stuff, but for some reason it just doesn't want to work. So we're definitely on cycles. Yeah, definitely on cycles. For some reason, I don't know why the newer versions do this, but sometimes, like, I think it's a little bit of a glitch within mine. I might have to re-download. But yeah, you can get small issues like that. So what I'm going to do, let's go with a bit of distortion, just to kind of pull some of those details in. I'm just going to pull the black back, just ever so slightly. Maybe just about there. Pull the white forward and maybe make it a cream. A bit more creamy. Yeah, that's great. So this would be great for, say, like churchyards and stuff like that. You'll notice that the same texture is now on the balls as well as this one, because we did this before. We put them at the same texture. So with these walls as well, what we can do is we can go ahead, go down to the drop down, and we can go base colour on this one, and we could go base colour on this one. But where's the fun in that? Where's the fun in that? I think I might have base colour at the top and at the bottom. So what I'm going to do is, let's go to layouts real quick. And let's go and edit a few things. So if we take this wall right here, we can go to edit mode. Take your front face, your side face, and this face right here. And we're going to go to plus. We're going to click new. And this new material is going to be brick. So what we can do, click assign. And then what we can do, I'm going to compare this wall to this wall, and we'll see how we can make this look. So this is totally dependent on how you'd like your projects to be. So we've got the original wall right here that we had, which looks really dull, boring, and then we've got this one that we're going to amend. So what we can do with this, we've got Principled BSDF and a material output right here. We're going to go add, and we want a texture. We're going to go to brick texture, colour to base colour, and you'll see that you get a lot of lines here. Now, depending on which way this is facing, depends on which way the lines are going to go. Unfortunately, this one for some reason just wants to go sideways, but that's okay. We can amend the mortar size. We can do whatever we need to. Maybe on this one we've got some vertical kind of bricks going on. Maybe it's a fancy pattern or something like that. If your bricks are going sideways, brilliant. Mine aren't. So I'm just going to make this as a nice funky pattern. Right, so we've got this right here. We can go to add, we can go to colour ramp. Stick this in the middle. And we could go ahead and just make some little textures in here and outside of it. So we could go plus. We could have maybe a little bit of staining. Let's go with kind of a yellow kind of stain. Going with that one. Maybe just darken it in places as well. And we can also do, let's add a noise texture. We go to colour and we can go to colour 1. This will give us a little bit of texture on these parts, a little bit of weathering as well. Smarter size, we could take this down to maybe, instead of 0.02, we could go 0.01. It's a little bit thinner. We can go ahead and add a bump texture to this as well. Maybe try it on this side. Okay. Yeah. Let's move this to this side. Oops. So you want to go colour to base colour. Take this off. Oops. So you want to go colour to height with this one. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that one. Normal to FAC. Should be able to do something with that, but to be honest with you, for some reason it just doesn't want to work. Yeah, I mean, you could just do your texture the way that it is. So let's go Shift D, move this down. We could go colour to colour 2. And you can scale this upwards or downwards depending on what you want. Take the roughness in a little bit. And what we can do as well, we can add some browns to this, some greens. Maybe just there. Just on the opposite side. Make this a little bit of a deeper tone. Yeah, so we've got something like that. So it's got these little patterns on there. It's got some nice little cream tones. I think most of this you kind of have to experiment with, because sometimes things don't go the way that they plan out to be. So say roughly about that texture. Should be okay. To be honest with you, I'm going to go back a little bit because I like the other texture. I kind of like this deep kind of brown. Let's go scale this up just a little bit. Give it that little variant. And then I'm just going to go ahead and scale the opposite side as well. Just to add a little bit more texture that's different from the other one. So with this top piece here right as well, what we could do, let's go to layout real quick. I'm just going to go ahead and just save this because it's getting a little bit slow. I would recommend you save this. So let's go with gates. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to change the texture on this one as well. Let's go to materials. What you want to do is go to edit mode, and to select the base colour, all you need to do is go on to base colour, select, and then it should highlight the base colour. What we're going to do, plus, and we're going to go new, and we'll say that this is a darker brick. Oops. Okay, I missed the key, 1 second. Yeah, my computer's slowing down like real quick. So let's go darker one. Let's put darker in there, seems to work. So what we can do now is click assign, and then we can make this kind of like a black as well. So what you want to do, make sure you don't select these ones at the bottom either. So you just want these at the top. Let me just go off render mode just for 2 seconds. Let's go shift, just deselect these ones. You want the darker assigned to this one. So, and maybe just click that one off at the back, but that's okay, we don't really need that one at the moment. So the darker one, we could go ahead. We can have a little bit more roughness on there. And what we can do with this as well, we can go ahead and add a noise texture. So colour to base colour. You got all these little bumps going on. Add a colour ramp. Don't let me. Come on. You see how slow my computer's going at the minute. Right, let's go and add. And then we go colour ramp. Let's make that nice and contrast. Scale this up. Let's maybe pull this across just a little bit so it's kind of like you've got this nice little roughness on there, but it's not too much. Okay, so compared to the gate opposite, we can see that we've got a lot more detail within this gate. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and delete this one on this side. And then we can go ahead and just duplicate this one over onto this side. So once we've done this again, just make sure this isn't clipping. Make sure there's like that little nice gap going on that we spoke about before. And we can put this in the way. Now for these pillars in the middle, what we can do, edit mode. You see the ones that are already selected are the ones that are sticking out. So what you want to do is select the ones that are on the inside. Basically doing a reverse Uno. I missed one. And we can do this to the opposite side as well. So what we're going to do, these ones in particular, we'll press plus, down menu, and we'll go darker, assign. So now, when we go to the object mode, we'll have it like this. Now that's totally up to you whether you want to do something like that, but it's an option that you can have. Because the alternative is like this. Totally up to you if you want to do that and just enhance those a little bit, but if you just want the brick like that, you can have it like that. So the next bit that we could do is, let's go for the base that we've made right here. We could go ahead and go to shading tab again. Got our little gate right here. We can go new with this one, add, and then we're going to go brick texture. So the brick texture right here, colour to base colour. See that you get some lovely little bricks, but they're a little bit too big. So we're just going to go ahead and scale these down. Now, you do have the option here of making the bricks individually, or you can go ahead and you can use a background for this. So, what I would suggest, if your computer is more high-end, then you could make individual bricks for this. It would look great. If your computer's more of a lower-end computer, stuff like this is probably going to be easier on your processor. So, yeah, you could do your brick texture right here. And you've got all your little individual bricks. So I'm going to do it both ways so that you guys can see what's going on. But first I'm going to add some trees and I'm going to add the background as well. So, you've got the basic bricks there if you want them. For this particular build, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of these railings right here and I'm just going to make a little railing run just at the side right here. So we can go ahead and Shift D with this one. Move this to the side. Now you could have that little arc as, again if you wanted to, but to be honest with you, I'm just going to keep it the way that it is. So let's go G. It doesn't matter if it goes through the floor at this point because you're not going to see it. I'd say that's roughly the same height. Okay, let's go with Shift D, and I think we're -1. Select them both, Shift D, and then we can go -2. Select them both, Shift D, -4. Select them both, Shift D, -8. You're just doubling every time, or at least you should be. That one didn't work, apparently. Yeah, you got those ones. These, and these. Shift D, -8. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then you've got that extra one that's just sitting on the edge, or extra 2 even. We're just going to go ahead and delete those. Take all of these, box selects them, and you can go ahead and just like arrange them on the other side. To be honest with you, it doesn't really matter at this point whether they're straight or not. Absolutely perfect. What we can do, take these off. We can make the bars that go across first, and then we can duplicate them. So if we take this one on this side and this one on this side, you see on the 2 sides of the gate right here, we can go Shift D, we can move this across, and then we can just elongate this. So G, moved into centre right there, S for scale, G, moved across. Let's go and place that into the actual wall. You could have the overhang if you wanted to, and then I'm going to go Shift D and then bring these up like that. So now all we need to do, whilst on side view, box select, take all of these and duplicate them over to the opposite side as such. So when we have the render on, we should see something like this. Nice little gates going through. So the next bit that we could do, you could have an overhang arch here if you wanted to. I think we should make one actually. Let's see. The best way of doing this, let's go to add, and we'll go with circle. Press G, and we were 6 in the middle, so let's press 6. Get that nice in the middle just there. You see how we've got the little O-ring right there, the little circle. Let's go R for rotate. We'll rotate this 90 degrees, and we'll press S to scale this up just to the sides, G to bring this up, and now we have this little arch that's coming across the top right there. Now we want to get rid of this bottom part, and we also want to make this a kind of archway, so we're going to press F for fill. And what I'm going to do is, let's go for E for extrude. E for extrude. You just bring this across right here. And we're going to go E for extrude on this side, bring this across right here. Make sure it's covering both sides of the gates as such. And what we can do is take this middle one right here, this middle face, we'll press delete faces. Again, delete faces. If we've got the side view right here, we could go box select. And you want to basically delete all the faces on this side. So, let's go for X-ray mode right here. So you want this face all the way to this face on the opposite side. Let's go with that again, sorry. So click one of your faces right here. You want to go Shift, Control. And you just want to get rid of this side. So that should be, I think, one more up. Yeah, just about. So let's press D right here. We'll go faces. We're going to press A to select everything. E for extrude. Bring this up. And then what we can do is object mode, shade smooth. You can go ahead and scale this out if you want to, just to elongate it. Just press G. Bring this over the top of the fence just here. And we're just going to go, I'm just going to scale it in just to try and get that nice little arch going on. And then we can press, let's go with drop down first, black railing. Then we go Shift D. And I'm just going to start to put these over the top. Just kind of like little nice archways just here. And what you could do with this, you could put some more detail in there too. So maybe we can make these a little bit thinner. Just scale these down. It's got that nice little bar coming across the top. Let's go add cube. G. It was 6 in the middle. So let's press G and bring this up. Scale this upwards. Scale this down. Press G right here. You could have some circles in here if you wanted to as well. Nice little design. Go to your drop down. We want darker in the middle. Let's go Shift D. Let's go 3 in the middle there. Let's go G, bring this down. And you want to go with Shift D, bring this across, and I think we were 1.5, weren't we? So minus 1.5, just in the middle right there. And this one, Shift D, move across, and you want 0.5, sorry, 1.5, where am I going 0.5? 1.5, so you got the middle bit there, should have at least. Put that on the side. Something looks a little bit off with that. But yeah, we can go ahead, Shift D, minus 3. Let's G in the center. Shift D again, and we want 1.5 in the center right there. Let's press G, bring it up. And then for this one, we want to go Shift D again, and minus that's 1.5. Yeah. I told you my brain's fried today. So now we've got this nice little archway that's going on. So, yeah, let's do a few trees. And I'll show you how to do the cobbles if you've got a more high-end PC that can handle it. So what I would suggest at this point is press save, file, save, and if you want to do the trees separately, we can press save as. So let's see. So trees, we want to go to add, and it should be under curve, and then sample tree gen. If you don't have sample tree gen, go to the edit, preferences, and then from preferences, you can't see my pop-up right here, but go to, I think it's add-ons, and then just type in tree, and it should say the same as here. So curve, sample tree gen. And what you'll get in this is a tree will appear, and it'll be in the most awkward place because you can't see it. You can go ahead and go into X-ray mode. You can kind of see it right there. This sample tree gen menu is at the bottom right here. You can go ahead, load, present. You can have willows. You could have Japanese maples. They're beautiful to work with, by the way, if you're interested. Weeping willow. You can do those as well. I think we'll go with weeping willows today. So make sure you don't click anything else but the box at the moment, because if you want leaves and you want to show leaves, we're going to have to put the leaves in. So what I would recommend, because this is a Halloween piece, and obviously with it being autumn or fall, the leaves are going to be on the ground. What I would suggest is put the leaves on the tree, and then we'll deal with the leaves afterwards. So let's see. I kind of like this tree the way that it is. It's going to select it all. What you're going to get is you're going to get the tree, and then you're going to get the leaves. So I'll just box select it. I'll select it all. Scale it upwards. What we can do is we can press G to bring this to the side right here. Maybe just imagine there's a path going through here. You're going to want to be able to get through. So with the trees themselves, you can see that you've got this right here at the back. We could go with materials. You could go ahead with materials and have this as a texture material with the noise if you'd like to, or you could just have general materials. It's totally up to you. It's your project. So we could go with, I'm going to turn the roughness up for this, and then I'm going to go with the leaves. New material. We can name this as fall. And I'm going to put these as orange, and I'm going to make them slightly metallic. So, What we can do with this, and this is a clever little trick that I have, the leaves themselves, if you put a noise texture onto them, you can actually have green and orange. So you kind of like that mid kind of fall look. Or if you want them orange and it's like going into winter, then that's an option that you can have as well. Depending on what you want is, you know, how we all do the materials. So you have this tree going on in the background, spooky, haunted kind of thing. We want some more shade and we want some more detail. So I'm going to go ahead and just put some detail on these trees. Do press save to save your work. Please, I beg, because the last thing you want is to lose this. Let's go to the shading tab. We're going to add some texture to this tree. So click your tree. We'll go to add and we can go with color ramp. You're going to need color ramp for this one. Color to base color. And then add. And noise. Noise texture. Color to FAC. And hopefully we should get some little texture going on. Look at all that little texture. Let's go plus. And we're going to make this a nice little brown kind of shade. Just go ahead and temper that. Just about there. I think we'll pull the brown just over just a little bit and maybe just pull that black in just for that little bit of extra detail right there. Let's go ahead and change some stuff, scale this up, scale it down, whatever you desire. So we've got that right there. Okay, so when we render this, we've got this nice little tree coming through. And because I was mentioning the leaves before, I'll show you how to do them. So, say you've got that mid-fall look, that mid-autumn look. So at the moment we just have orange. So if we take this right here, we go to add and we go noise texture. You want to go with color to base color. You'll notice if I click off this real quick, that if I scale this, you've got all these little points going on. You can kind of see the fuzziness. You can't really see it because the leaves are kind of too small on here. But let's go to add and I'll show you. Maybe it'll show up on color ramp. Let's place this in the middle. We want a green. So maybe we'll keep this grey throughout. And then we'll plus orange. And then you want to go plus again. Change this to green. Yeah, this is a nice light green, dark green, whatever like that. Essentially what you want to do, you see how they're all green right there, yeah? Like mostly. Move your orange across. You see how they change? So you kind of have this nice little pattern going on. I'm going to go ahead and just get rid of the whites for a moment. So you just want this green and orange. And if we go scale with this, you see how that changes? Like all the colours are just changing on there. So if we move the green across, we have more green, orange, and we have that variation just coming in. So the more that you the more that you scale the noise texture, the more orange leaves you will have in theory, depending on how you have it set up, and the less you do the more green and orange it will be. So you'll have green over here, orange over here, green over here, orange over here. But the basically just experiment with it, see what you can do. So with these leaves in particular, we can see that we have fall, and I'm just going to put a V for variant. So when we're making the leaves on the ground, we can go ahead, take these leaves, we'll go Shift D, and we'll just bring them down, and I'm just going to squish them. Essentially. Squishy leaves. Come on. Let's go down again. Squish the leaves so that they're a nice pile. And make sure that the leaves are just sitting below the tree. So let's go about here. You can just about see them there. Let's go again. Squish these down. Maybe you could go ahead and scale them out just a little bit to give it more effect. And you can just see them on the ground just there. What you want to do is make sure that they're perfectly flat. Might take a little bit of tinkering with this. And what you can do for more leaves, Shift D and then rotate them round. But first I want to change the material. So what we're going to do, click the new material button right here. If you can see my mouse, just where it says Fall V, you should have a double page, new material. So then this will say Fall V001. So we don't want it fall variant, we want this fall, and we're going to go orange. So fall and O with this one. Remove the green, so just press the minus. These will all turn orange. So now you can see this kind of variation going on, if you can see that. Maybe make the orange a little bit brighter. And then you can go ahead and you can take away the grey. And then we can add maybe like a deeper orange, maybe like a red or something like that. Just to contrast that just ever so slightly. Click the leaves, Shift D, alpha rotate, and just rotate them round. Another click again, Shift D, put this in the middle, alpha rotate, and you're just building up the leaves essentially in the backdrop there. So Shift D, alpha rotate, oops, maybe don't rotate them sideways, lengthways, and now you've got this tree that's shedding its leaves. So you can take this this nice little shed that you've got right here. Just make sure you don't click the background. Take the tree, take the leaves, take everything that you've just made, and we can go ahead and we can Shift D, maybe alpha rotate just to give it that nice little variation, and then we can go Shift D, move these across to the opposite side, alpha rotate just to give it the variation so it doesn't look like it's cloned, and then Shift D, and then we R rotate again. Now you can do this with 4 different separate trees by introducing TreeGen, but it depends on how much time you have to make your project. So it's just a little bit of time. Maybe TreeGen is not the way to do it. Maybe the way that I've just done it is the way that you would like to do it. So I'm just going to take the trees themselves and I'm just going to go ahead and just duplicate them on maybe the opposite side as well. So you got that kind of nice little spooky gate coming through. And we can also take the variation of all of these and just press G and just move them across so they're a little bit more central, but you kind of want that little imperfection. Almost like someone's planted the trees and they decided that they didn't want to grow straight, they kind of grew sideways or whatever like that. You could also take one of the particular trees and just place this as a variant so it's not quite, if we go to 7 to Heaven here, we can see that the trees are quite uniform right here. We can have that one little tree that's a bit off. Take this one, maybe we could press G, move this to the side. They didn't grow straight, you know, or maybe it's a forest, maybe like someone didn't maintain it for a while and this is what we've ended up with. Now, regards to trees being in the middle of a pathway, you probably wouldn't get trees growing like this, so we can go to add plane. Definitely you wouldn't have trees growing through brick. So let's go with this plane, scale this out. We'll go 7 to Heaven just for a moment. S, G to move this across, S to scale this up. I'm just going to go ahead and just make kind of like a fake kind of pathway. So with this we can go scale just on this side. Essentially what you want to do is go to the particles section, press plus, and instead of emitter we want hair. So you can see how all these little kind of hairs stick up right here. So this is going to be our grass. Grass is essentially the same as hair. So let's go with meters, bring this down. If you want messy grass, have it longer. If you want nice neat grass, keep it short. So we're going to do this grass. I'm going to go ahead and add a couple of zeros to this. So we've got a nice thick lawn. Let's go to materials tab. We'll go new. change this to green. So it's going to be grass green. And as I said before, we can use that variation as well. So we can, let's just name this as grass. And then what I'm going to do, shading tab, we've got the grass right here. Add noise texture. So we can change this solid green to a variation. So again, we've got all these little nice colours on there. So let's go add and we'll go colour ramp. Place this in the middle. Go plus. We're going to go green. And because this is Halloween, we're going to make it slightly yellow. So kind of have like a deep green right there. We could go ahead. This one, kind of like an orangey green. Like the grass has kind of died a little bit. The leaves as well, that you place at the back, if you use, so if we go to edit mode, particle edit, you can actually use the particle edit to separate the grass so you see those leaves. I'll show you that in a moment. So let's go with whites right here. We will change this one to, we could do it like a dusty brown kind of thing. Okay, so we have this nice little variation of lawn. What we can do right here, let's see, we're going to go to the particle edit. This is where we left our leaves. So you can go ahead and just edit different bits. Just kind of wave the grass around a little bit. It might take a while because mine's taking a while. Let's go radius up a little bit. Just kind of move this grass, make it almost like the wind's blowing. Make it less uniform. You should be able to see the leaves through the grass. Yeah. So you could also take some more leaves and just place them on top if that's what you'd like. Totally up to you. Just mess up that grass. Get it going in random directions. Someone didn't cut this. Let's get rid of that. Pull that down a little bit. Get rid of that variation right there. Okay, so once we've got this nice little grass going on, what we can do is we can look at this through the rendered. Now this is what it looks like. If we go to when my computer catches up, come on. Come on, you can do it. Uh-oh. We have a non-responding. Alright. I'm just going to go to object mode. I think this computer is getting a little bit OTT overwhelmed. Let's go Shift D. Move this across to the side. We've got that nice little pathway going on. If you got to this bit, congratulations, because my computer's starting to slow down, so I can't imagine what's happening with everybody else's. Various different styles of PCs. So we'll go to layouts real quick. So we've got this nice little layout, the gates, we've got the trees right there, we've got the grass. And if we just hit the render button, this is what it should look like. It's a little bit too light for what I like. I mean, like, you could do a lot of different things with this. I mean, kind of for game design, it's pretty cool. I think that the grass, the triangles for the grass are a little bit too big, but that's okay because, you know, if you're using this as just little concepts, you can kind of go back in and just edit things. Yeah, I kind of like the way that this is going. My computer's really struggling with this. So yeah, what I'm going to do, I'm going to very, very quickly show you how to make some of the tiles at the bottom, and then I'm going to end this tutorial because it's taken a while. And I understand that I am very low on the camera right now because my chair's broken, and like I have the piston on my chair is so messed up. I'm slowly going down, so I'm going to get a new chair. This is insane. Like, I put myself like perfectly in the camera lens and then I disappear. Hi, I'm gonna be down here soon. Hi. So yeah, for as far as the tiles go, we could go add cube. This is just like a thing if you want to use this. Totally up to you. I would generally make sure you line this up with the bottom, so we can see that the bottom's right here. Just make sure that it's underneath the gate, so to speak. Put this in. Let's go with shade smooth, and I'm just gonna go with modifier. We'll go smooth with this. Shade that in a little bit. So this is how you do the tiling, so to speak, or the cobbles. We'll go 7-7. I'm just going to press G, put this just outside of the gate right here, and then what we do is we just lay it as if it's bricks. So what I would suggest before you start duplicating things is add a texture. So let's go new texture, we'll call this brick. Maybe we could do this kind of like an offset white. Make it a little deeper. Let's go Shift D. Move this across. And essentially all you're doing is just placing it like bricks. So Shift D across. Just there. Make a row. Select all of this that you've just made. You can probably see it better there actually. This is the top view right here, this is side view. We'll go Shift D. Pull it across just like that, and then we'll offset this just to the middle. And then maybe you could go, you're going to have to duplicate again on the side just here. And maybe duplicate again on the side just here. Just to get those bricks in. Let's go again, Shift D. It's a little bit of fiddling, but it's, once you're done with it, it should look somewhat good. Don't worry if it doesn't look great the first time, because it is trial and error. You're learning. That's how you do it. Let's go ahead and select all these bricks that we've just made. So we needed that one. I think that's just slightly out. Just make sure they're not clipping each other. Let's go and select all of these bricks. Okay, I'm just going to double click anything that you didn't want. So the background right there. Okay, so all you need to do at this point is just Shift D, move this up, duplicate it there. Obviously you got some holes here, so let's go Shift D, move that across. And then we'll go Shift D on the side, move that across. Doesn't have to be perfect. All you need to do is just select these rows. I shouldn't do that, I'll probably get copyright strikes. Let's go with Shift D right here. Move this across. Shift D. Shift D. And then we just move it across. Just going all the way down, essentially. You can go ahead and select 2 rows if you wanted to. So, got all these. Just going across. And we're going to start doing some at the back as well. Let's see, I'm going to go 7-7 because I can't see what I'm doing. Let's go G, Shift D, Shift D. Doing them in small parts, to be honest with you, is a lot easier, I think. Because if you press backspace, then the computer's going to have less to contend with. okay. You know, I'm going to leave it like that, but it's just an example for you guys. So, the bricks themselves, let's click off that. So, when we've done that, this is how it should look if my computer will render it. So you can see that we have the bricks that we've just made here are a little bit more 3D than the bricks that the kind of node or mapping does. It's totally up to you, you know, what you want and stuff like that. For me personally, if I was doing this as a project for, say, something that I was going to produce, I would put a lot more detail into these bricks. But that is basically how you do it. For the grass as well, I would definitely change this. There's a lot of things that I would change about this project, but because this is a tutorial, this is what I wanted to show you guys what you can do with this. So, yeah, I guess that's a tutorial today. And as well, with the leaves coming at the back, if we go to the opposite side where we actually do have the leaves, if I just change this out just real quick. So, say we were looking at it from this side right here. This is the side that we put the leaves on. We can see that we've got these nice little leaves coming through as well. So with the grass as well, I mean, you could change the grass because I personally don't like the way that the grass is done. But yeah, it's just an example of what you can do with this. So if you guys like this tutorial, please like, subscribe, and I guess I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. What's going on, guys? So this is the second attempt to do the scroll in here because my Blender keeps crashing. So I'm going to be saving this periodically, and please save this periodically yourselves as well. It's not a complicated thing, but for some reason my Blender just kind of kicks the ball off the pitch and it doesn't like this tutorial apparently. So what we're going to do, I've already saved this, so all I need to do is just hit the save button. We're going to go ahead and delete the default cube, and hopefully this works because I've got a really nice project for you guys, and I'm just trying to figure out why it keeps crashing on me. So we're going to go ahead with the cylinder, rotate this by 90, just scale it out, shade smooth. I don't think my shading tab is currently open, so well, usually I close one side of my shading tab. So when we get to the shading, I'll cut this, and then, you know, magical editing, I'll show you how to put all the shaders on and stuff. But we'll just do the basics at the beginning here. Don't worry, it's the same video. I'll splice it together and edit it. Right, so after that conundrum of my computer just decides to close down programs on me, we'll make this again. So we'll go Shift D just to duplicate this object. We're just going to scale this down, scale this up a little bit. So we've got a nice little bevel. We're going to put this on the end, and then edit mode. Take the final face that you've got right here on the side. You've got E for extrude. Just scale it inwards just slightly. E for extrude. Scale it inwards just slightly, so you've got this nice little bevel going on. We're going to go E, bring it in, make sure that it doesn't do that, and doesn't hit the objects behind. And this will be the end of our scroll. It's going to shade that smooth again. Take this, Shift D, and we're going to rotate it by 180 on this side. And we're going to add, let's go with a cube. I got so far with this project and it just decided to kick me out. Yeah, so we're just going to thin this up. This is going to be like a strap kind of thing. So nice and thin there. Just drop it down just here over the sphere. And then we're going to go Shift D, bring this down to the bottom. You might need the X-ray for this one. And just a side on view. Press G, bring it in. Just have it just there. And then we're going to take both of these, Shift D, leave it where it is, rotate it at 90. So now we're getting up to the part where the program kind of decided that it would crash on me. So, we're going to have two tones right here. We're going to have two materials. So the first material we're going to do, we're just going to call this the back material. And we're going to make this kind of a dark brown just for the time being. Now we will change this, it's just so that we can see what's on top of it, because with all the objects being white and the shader being off at the moment in this particular one, we're not going to be able to see all the objects if we just have them as kind of linear. It just kind of blends in for me. So I like to change things. So this one in particular that we've got now, we're going to call this the binding part. And I hope and I pray that this doesn't crash on me again. Right, so, as I was explaining in the last one, you want to make this binding the same shade as this and the same shade as this. So just to do that, we're going to click on this little binding right here. We're going to go binding with the drop down menu, go to the side, binding with the drop down menu, and then take this one. We're going to go binding with the drop down menu, and this one we're going to go binding with the drop down menu, and then at the very end here we're going to go with the binding of the drop down menu. Now at this point I started making little gems to go onto it, and I think that's what the problem was, and why my computer crashed. So I'm just going to go ahead and save this real quick, and we'll add an icosphere, but I won't change this to glass just yet. So I'm just going to go ahead and flatten it down and just bring it outwards a little bit, and then just scale it in. So at this point I was trying to make some sort of gem on top so it looks like a really kind of posh scroll. So what I did was I put it on the side here and just put it just above the strap itself, because this will be encased in something afterwards. So once we've got that little bit, what we're going to do, oops, if this will move around for me, I'm just going to take this, Shift D, just place it in the middle. I'm just going to thin it out into bands a little bit, so that we've got that nice little binding going on. And then I'm just going to duplicate it a few times, just in random places. So now we've kind of got this nice little banding going on. So the next bit that I wanted to work on was a couple of clasps just right here. So I'm just going to go add cube. We'll take this to the back right here, just scale this down, and this will be one of the clasps for the for this piece. So what I'm going to do is scale this upwards just a little bit, and then I'm going to go to edit mode, Control R right here, and we're going to go E for extrude just at the side there. I've just realised the blooming things aren't on again. This is really peculiar because it had screencasting keys on there. Sorry about that. So E for extrude, and then we've got S for scale, stuff like that. I hope that you guys can figure that one out, because to be honest with you, like, I've done this quite a few times now trying to make this object, and it just keeps, for some reason, just glitching. It's just one of those days for Blender. We all have them. We're just going to make a couple of loop cuts right here, and then we'll take the center piece right here. We'll just go E for extrude, bring it down, E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale inwards, and then E for extrude, just bring it up again. So it's kind of got this little button on the top of it, and then I'm just going to rotate this button just to the side, just slightly, so it looks like you could just push that down, and then just scale this inwards just to kind of buffer it off just a little bit. So this one here, I'm just going to shade smooth. Let's go to the materials again, and let's take this up with a metallic. So if we go into the rendered version, just right here, we can see that we've got this nice little game scroll thing going on. I do want to get into the shaders right now, but I need to pause this and just take off one of the tabs, because for some reason Blender displays all of your hard drive stuff on one side, and I like to move it just out of the way so it's not a distraction for you guys. So yeah, with this as well, I'm just going to go ahead and do something. So edit mode, if we take this part right here, we can actually press add. And I'm just going to make a new material and just put this end piece kind of thing. So this is going to be black. It just gives it a little bit of detail. Just click assign upon that one. We'll just go to the opposite side and do the same thing. So it should just be, the material will literally just be in the drop down menu. So if we go to end right here, it changes the entire material. However, if we just put this back as binding and we press plus, and then we'll go down to this drop down menu and click end and then assign. And now what you have is two materials. So, yeah, this is the point where my computer crashed when I made this into glass. And, yeah, I'm kind of cautious about doing that right now because I'm just kind of like, should I do this? So I'm just going to I'm going to go ahead and press save. I'm saving this because I'm going to lose my progress otherwise. And then we'll do the shading tabs and stuff like that, and I'll show you how to put some detail to this. Yeah, let's try this out to begin with. See what happens. If it crashes, it crashes. Yeah. So, oh, sugar, I didn't. Yeah, ignore me putting that as an emission. Sorry, I've been in a lot of emission stuff recently, and I've just been like, yeah, let's put this to emission. Like, automatically just put it to emission. So, to make this glass, we want to put this as glass BSDF. Take down the roughness. And I think I had a red, ruby. I think it was ruby that I had. Let me change my render engine because it's on Eevee. Should be on cycles. Let's see. Let's go to the materials tab right there. So now we can change this to kind of like a ruby red kind of thing going on. I'm going to adjust those lights actually. I think we need a bit more light in here. Just to kind of shine that a bit more. So you guys can see what's going on. Let's try this. Maybe this, oh yeah, that works. Okay, so. We've got this one right here. It's kind of a pink kind of diamond. We want red. Mess around with the IOR as well. Let's see, volume, we could do a little bit of volume, I guess. I mean, if you didn't want this as glass BSDF, I mean, you can change this to like principal BSDF and then just kind of shade it out a little bit. I'm just going to come off the render tab just a little bit, and I'm going to go on to, let's go with cylinder. And what I'm going to do is scale it down. And then we'll go to edit mode. Take this top face right here. E-for extrude. Just scale it inwards just slightly. E-for extrude, keep it where it is. Scale it in. And then E-for extrude, bring it down, scale it in. And then we're going to go E-for extrude and just bring it down. So this is going to be the base for the gem. So we're going to have to fit this a little bit. So I'm just going to go G. Let's take this down below the gem. Scale it outwards. And then I'm just going to go ahead and scale it inwards. So this is kind of like the hold for the gem. So now we've got this nice little shiny gem going on. We can see it shining. So glittery, so nice. Okay, so we'll go to the materials tab, press add. And then maybe we'll make this as kind of like a metallic orange. Oh, bless you. My dog's sneezing. We'll shade this smooth, and then we'll bring the roughness down a little bit so it's got like this nice little gold hold to it. So when we actually render this outwards, I'm just going to go ahead and just shade that smooth so that we've not got as many vertices. I think that would be okay. Obviously when we put the rest of the shaders on, it'll look a lot better. I'm going to go ahead and actually take these lights and just put them above and maybe just in the middle and just kind of give it some depth a little bit. And maybe add a plane just underneath, just so that you can see how the shaders are working. So when we've got it all set up, should be something like this. I think those lights are a bit too bright, but try that. Just take that down just a little bit of a notch. See how far we can go with that one. And then this one we could change to maybe like blue, just to offset the sorry, that's purple. Just to offset the detailing a little bit. Just gonna get rid of that one. And then here we can mess around with the IOR. So you can make it flat, a little bit more shiny. I'm going to go ahead and reduce this at the back actually, because I think that's too big. I think that's the reason why the light's not hitting it as much. Just reduce this just ever so slightly, and maybe just make this just ever so bigger. Maybe just set it a little bit more, a bit bigger. There we go, that might work actually. I'm sure that if you've got a lot of light coming into your scene, then this will look a lot better, but this is how it is for the moment. I can actually add a mirror behind that, I think. So if we take this, we just go to edit mode, and just take that center bit right there, and then if we go plus, put new, we'll go mirror backing, and then we'll change this to a silver, take the roughness down, maybe, and then we click assign, maybe this will work better in our favour. I think it's just the lighting, it's the way that the lighting's set up. I can fix that, that's no problem. Okay, so I think at this point we can do some detailing, and then we'll go into the shader, see what we can do. So the sculpt mode, what we want to do is we want to make little ridges across this as if it's been damaged. So you want to make sure that you've got one of these objects selected, then go into the sculpt mode. And what we can do, you notice that nothing's happening right now. So take this, go into the edit mode, and you'll notice that it's got less vertices. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to Control R, and then just scroll on your scroll wheel as many times as you need, just to make those extra vertices. And then we're going to go to sculpt mode, and now we can start making little impressions in this. Just kind of pulling little bits, just make sure it doesn't go through to the other side. But you want to make it look as if it's a little bit worn, it's a little bit tired. After being worn by someone for years, possibly. Taking whatever scrolls that they've got to whoever it is that they're taking it to. So it's a little bit battered, it's a little bit bruised. It's been dropped a couple of times. Especially on the bottom, where people are just going to stand it on a table. Make it a little bit leathery. Just pull little bits out, so you can go with this one. And we can go plus up at the top right here. And we'll just pull little bits out right here. Just make that a little bit beveled. Just make it look like it's been buckled as well, because leather has this thing of stretching. If you've ever worked with leather, which is this thing where it kind of how would you describe it? It stretches a little bit, but it also, it kind of like does this weird buckling thing. So that's definitely something that you can put into this, so that when we have the shaders, it actually looks a lot better. So if, say, I've got this right here, and we just go straight to the shading tab, you can now see the difference between this side, which is super smooth and looks untouched and is pristine, compared to this side right here, where it's got all the bumps in it and it's got all the knocks to it, because somebody has taken the scroll in the game and has just plonked it straight down on a table. And that's the wear and tear of what you really need within your stuff. So if we come out of this one and we go on to the next one, we can also wear and tear this one. So we can go, let's go with edit mode to begin with, because we don't have the vertices to work with. We're going to go Control R, scroll that wheel, and then we're going to go ahead and go to sculpt mode. And now we can start to pull at this a little bit. We can start to make these little ridges, make it pop out on one side. Someone was a little bit rough with it at one point. Yeah, very careless person who's taken it. It's weathered. It might have water damage at some point. Don't let those vertices go through. It could make it a little bit more flatter on the bottom as well if you wanted to. Looks like it's been laid down for a while. Just pull those little bits out. You can make this little bit right here indented, so it looks like you've got another piece of metal underneath this clasp. Maybe just pull that round. And we're going to do the same to the leather straps as well. So, when we do the leather straps, you could delete these two and just edit this one, and then just duplicate them over if you wanted to. That's probably a real easy way of doing this. So just make it kind of funky on the sides. Or you could leave one pristine, actually. You could just like leave this one and just like, yeah, it's been damaged on the bottom, not the top. Yeah, maybe people grab it here, not here. Maybe that's the way they do it. You definitely want some damage just around here, because obviously people are going to be pressing this button quite a lot just to get the stuff going on. So I'm just going to take this, go to edit mode. I'm going to right click subdivide a couple of times. And then we're going to go to sculpt mode and just kind of rough this up a little bit. Come on. Let's give it some of that weathering. So you'll notice there's a lot of cubing just on here. It's not exactly smooth. So we're going to go right click and smooth. And that will give us a little bit of indent, but just enough structure. So it just kind of sits there. And what you can do as well, you can take some of these vertices and you could shift them just slightly across. So it looks like everything's come out of misalignment. Depending on how old your scroll is, depends on how much damage you want to put to the scroll. So the middle parts right here are going to be wood. But we can still make a few ridges within this if you wanted to. So what I'm going to do, right click subdivide, and obviously you've not got the vertices running this way, so we're going to go with Control R, just scroll that, move that way. We'll do the same on this section, and then we'll do the same upon this section. It doesn't matter how many scroll wheels you have. Excuse me, because each section of the scroll is not going to be identical. So now we have this. We'll go sculpt mode, and we could just kind of use some of these tools just to rough it up a little bit. We could just kind of pull some stuff out here. Maybe whoever made this didn't carve it properly. Maybe that's the reason why it's a little bit bumpy on some sides, you know what I mean? Maybe it was an uneven cut of wood. That's a big thing. You've got to have a story with your pieces, you know. Who's had it? How old is it? You know, is it been bashed up a little bit? Is it this, that and the other? Tell a story to your audience, you know. You don't need to, you know, put that into the dialogue. You just go, yeah, this is blah blah piece. It's been kept away for generations in a secret cave, you know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just speculating. But once you've done all of your little sculpting moments, you should have something like this. Now, obviously this doesn't have the shader on it, so it is going to look a little bit basic the way that it is, but as soon as we get the shader on it and we can make those adjustments and make those amendments that we need to make, we can change that. So now I'm noticing that we've got this leather strap right here in the middle, but if I just zoom in onto this, you'll notice that the leather strap actually goes through the gem, and we don't want that. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go into regular shader right here. I'm just going to remove the gem for 2 seconds, and we'll notice that it's sat right there. So this, for sure, needs reducing. So I'm just going to go with a minus right here on the sculpt part, see if I can just get rid of this. We can't get rid of all of it, but what I can do is go into edit mode, and we can take these 2 faces right here, and we can just press G and just bring them down and just get them out of the way. So when we take the gem and we place this back in and we set the stone back in, we have it at the right level. Hopefully I've got that at the right level. We can now look, and we no longer see the strap at the back. So it's all about attention to detail. It's all about understanding the object itself. It's you know, you wouldn't have a leather strap going through a button, you know what I mean? It just doesn't make any sense. The same way that I can't poke my finger for a cup, you know what I mean? Because it's physical, right? So you gotta pay attention to the physical stuff, especially on this. So I said in the last tutorial, just before my computer crashed, about this, the materials that you have. So we have the top material right here, we have the bottom material right here. So we've got a materials tab that we can drop down right here. So we've got a back material, a binding material, and end material. So the end material is obviously on the end of the scrolls right here. The back material is this brown colour right here. And then the binding is this brown colour right here. So if we change anything to the binding, absolutely everything that is assigned to that particular material will then change. So if you need a different material for something else, or you want to edit the binding in some sort of way, you have to reassign a brand new material to that and try and colour match it. Alternatively, you could just add the binding. But yeah, if you wanted to do some damage where it had been burnt on one side or something like that, you can also duplicate the binding material. So it'll come up on your screen as binding 01 or binding 2. So binding 2 is that opportunity where you've got the exact same material as binding 1, but now you can alter it in a different way, and it will show up differently on the screen, but it will still have characteristics of binding 1. So it does blend a lot better. But yeah, I mean, it's totally up to you what you want to do with this right now. So we're going to go ahead and step into the shading mode. And yeah, I'll show you guys how to do some bevels and some bumps and stuff like that thereafter, and we'll see what we can do with the rest of this scroll idea. Okay, so magical power of editing. We'll come back to this. Okay, so we're back. So this is the shading tab within Blender. So we were originally on layout, which is just up here, that way. No, that way. My camera's opposite. If you can see my mouse moving, wiggly mouse at the top left right there. So we've got layout. That was the original one that we were on just here, and now we've gone to the shading tab. So the shading tab, very interesting if you've never used the shading tab before. So we can now add some texture to these little pieces right here. So what we can do, I can't actually show the screencasting keys on here for some reason. They just won't work. I don't believe I can. They're on, but they just don't show up for some reason. So it's going to be a little bit of a pain, but if we press shift, hold down your center scroll, you can then move these to where you need to. So we're going to go add, and then if you type in noise, now you want to go for noise texture, not white noise. Take your noise texture, go color to base color, and you'll notice that we're on the black one at the moment. So this is the end piece, and this end piece has changed, and if we turn around, this end piece has also changed. So anything that we do to this material right here will inadvertently affect the opposite. So with this piece right here, we're going to go and add a, let's go with color ramp. Color ramp spelled the American way. And we'll put this onto the end. So now you notice that we've got this kind of grey kind of end happening right here. So from this point, I'm going to put a bump node on here. So now a bump node will actually catch some of the light that's going on. So if we place a bump node just right here between noise texture and color ramp and place the color tab to the height, we'll start to get a little bit of bumps on here. So if we just reduce the black just a little bit, and we can improve the white if you wanted to. I think it's because of the shader at the moment, but now we've got these little bumps going on in the inside. We can actually invert this if you wanted to invert this as well. I'm just going to go ahead and make the roughness a little bit more on this bottom right here, and we can scale this up as well. So now we've kind of got this very kind of leather kind of bottom. So maybe just have it like that. We can improve the black a little bit if you wanted to. You can also press plus and maybe include just a little bit of brown. Just a little bit of dark brown just there. So now we've got this nice little seal that's going on in the middle. So for the leather on the outside, this is going to be a different material. So if we come down to the drop down right here, we can go binding, and we've got this brown. Now you notice that this disappears. Don't worry about it, it will come back. It's just because we're working with the initial kind of alpha material on here. So alpha quote unquote. So if we go to add and we go to noise texture, we can also possibly put a Veroni in this as well, just to kind of not that noise texture. We'll put a Veroni on the back, just to kind of give it that crease that all leather has. So if we just pull this up, so we've got this nice little porous kind of material right there. And notice it's all turned white as well. Don't worry about it, because the way that I do things in Blender, I generally put materials to things and then later on I'll edit them. So I'm technically getting rid of my own materials, but it's just for my own reference so that I know what I'm doing. And it's good practice as well just to put materials on there so that you're not leaving anything blank as well, just in case, you know, you forget something and you don't assign a material to an object. At the end of the day, you don't want to render something and go, I've not put a material to that object. It'll have a material, but it'll be a basic material, so it'll just kind of blend in with everything else that's going on. It's just it's kind of just a bit of a filler in there so that it looks like that you've basically completed everything. So we're gonna go with color ramp on this one. Place this in the middle. We're going to want like a brown, like a light brown with this one. And we've also got the white as well. With leather, you're going to want to make it a little bit shiny as well. So let's just improve this black just a little bit to make some more porous kind of material. Maybe just pull it back just about there. We've not got the bump node in at the moment, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to reduce the roughness. So we've got that nice little shine that leather usually has. We're going to go with bump texture. Place this in the middle. Again, you want to go with your color to your height. And now we get this nice kind of dark brown material. So if you want to make this lighter, just pull the black back. And if you want to make this darker, just pull it forward. So you could have a scroll that maybe has been handled too many times and the oil from skin has got into the leather right there. So now we can kind of reduce this. We can make this a little bit brighter if you want to. You know, pull the black right here and you can make some more shade. So, as I said, the part at the end that's changed will come back. So if we go to the material of this, I mean, like, you can change that if you want to. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. So we'll click on to the next object, I think. So if we go to the end, right there, you'll notice that it comes back as well. So for this part in the middle, we're going to want, let's go with, I'm thinking a vector, maybe a vector, maybe a shader. Let's try. Something's just calling me back to this. Let's go and add a Veroni to this. I'm just going to place it at the bottom here and just scroll out so you guys can see what's going on. So you want to go colour to roughness. Maybe we could get something just on there. You see that something's changing just there. Oh, come on, don't crash on me. My computer's just become real slow. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and save this just in case it's not auto saved, because that would be an absolute terrible thing. So your Veroni texture right here will actually help with some of the cracks. Oh, I see what's going on. Right, so you're going to want to put this as the binding material and then go Veroni. So let's go Veroni with binding material as well. Go colour to, you can go colour to metallic if you want to. This is just loading in. So now you can see, like, you've got all these little stripe things going on. So what you want to do is add a bump texture. I believe that this should be the metallic tab. Colour to height again. Just bear with me just 1 second, because I made this last time and I thought this was great. Yeah. So what you should have now is a couple of, or we could try roughness actually. What it is, the Veroni texture is a load of different triangles in different places, and you can move them, you can straighten them out if you want to, but basically it just creates cracks over the top of materials, and it's really great for that kind of stuff, because at the end of the day, when you've got leather and it's been handled so much and it dries out and then it's been handled again, you get these little kind of hairline cracks coming across it. So Veroni is actually a great addition to any project, really. So if we just put bump in again, we just put the colour to the height, we can get some little cracks in there. Now you might not be able to see them right now, but if you render this out, you'll be able to see, like, just little hairlines everywhere and stuff like that. So for the next one, I think we'll deal with this buckle right here. I think this is just too rough. I'm just going to go ahead and take this down, and I'm going to go and edit this, and I will loop cut this part right here, Control R, and then I'm just going to go to this face right here in the middle, and I'm just going to go E-frame extrude just to give it that little bit of a difference, a little bit of a bump kind of node. So with the middle part right here, we've got the back material. We can go ahead and add, maybe, let's see, what should we add? I'm like going for ooh, I'm thinking like white noise maybe, or a noise texture. Let's see. So we've got textures right here. You could use any of these textures really. You could do wave textures and stuff like that. Wave texture actually might look kind of nice. I would always say just like try different things with this, really. You could distort this as well. So there you go, right? So you've kind of got this now wood texture kind of thing going on. So now we can add a color ramp. I think it's great to just experiment with things sometimes, because you never know what you're going to find, you know what I mean? It's like the amount of stuff that I've done in the past where I've just been like, you know, let's try this out, and, you know, a lot of people will say, no, don't do that because, you know, it'll ruin your piece. I'm just like, actually, it looks good. It looks different, you know what I mean? I do like this tone right here, but I'm just going to go ahead and amend some of this because I think it's just too much. I think that orange is way too much. Let's tone this orange down just a little bit. We can take that in. Just kind of pull it out a little bit, a bit more texture. And then we can go ahead and we can add the bump just in the back right there. Just to the height. So now we kind of have this very wooden scroll, and if I just take up the roughness just a little bit, and then we can scale this upwards, maybe I'll scale this downwards. Maybe this black's too much. Let's see what we can do with this. Okay, I kind of like it, but I don't like how I want the black to kind of shrink in a little bit. So maybe I can go ahead and just add a little bit of a lighter brown just to kind of offset that black a little bit. Let's see. So if I go on to scale, we can distort this a little bit, but we can also just mess with some of the settings right here just to kind of bring it out a little bit. You could also have this as an emission, actually. You could have like a kind of weird scroll that kind of changes shape, and, you know, you've got this weird kind of thing going on. Maybe if I get rid of one of them. Just... It's an interesting shade. Interesting material to say the least, I think. I'm like, should I change this? Should I not? You know what I mean? So you could have like a scroll like that. It's got this kind of weird green hue to it. Like an artistic kind of piece. Make it blue, make it pink. Maybe we could like colour match it with the red. Make it like the opposite, maybe. So it's kind of like this really funky kind of scroll that someone's picked up. Scroll, it's like it's a scroll holder, but you know, it's like a unique one. Especially if you're making something like a game or something like that, you know, and you've got customizable pieces. Like something like this is, you know, players are going to be like, oh, I gotta go find that particular scroll holder because, you know, I want to change my outfit or whatever like that. They actually have that in a few games where you can customize and change your character's stuff depending on what colours you want and stuff like that for the materials. I think it's great. I'm not too fond of the games where you have to play the game and then it's got add-ons to it. I don't understand why you would charge extra for people just to buy stuff from your game. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. It just seems like you're money grabbing. But yeah, if someone's going to buy a game, I think you should get the whole package, you know what I mean? And if you're going to change things within the game, then for sure it should be like hidden stuff, you know what I mean? Like it's Easter eggs that you find or something that enable you to get different outfits and stuff like that. Or maybe it's coins within the game that you collect that then you can go and buy something different, you know what I mean? It just seems a lot more fairer to the player, and I like games like that where you earn your own stuff rather than having to pay for extras. So yeah, I guess that's the tutorial for today. Yeah, I hope you guys liked it. I'll just put this onto the render so you guys can see what's going on with it. You can make this an emission as well. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I think that blue light's a little bit off in the back right there. Where's my blue light? It's Let's turn this off. Let's make it a white light. So yeah, that's the tutorial for today. I'll put a thing at the back. I'll mix the lighting up so you guys can see what's going on with this. Yeah, I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. Please like, subscribe, and yeah, have a great day. Okay, what's going on, guys? So we're on to our next tutorial now, which is screwdriver. We're going to be building a basic screwdriver today. So we're going to keep the default cube, I think. I'm just going to press S to just pull this out a little bit. And then I'm going to go into edit mode. We're going to go Control R. Just cut that one in half. And then Control R up on the side as well, just cut that one in half. So, you're gonna want some sides on here as well. So select all of your sides. Sculpt outwards. And then sculpt upwards as well. So this is gonna be the handle for your screwdriver. Then we're going to go E and just pull it in a little bit. E, shape it in a little bit more. And we're just going to make it round at the end. So it's kind of a basic screwdriver shape. Then we're going to start making the handle. So the handle, I'm just going to bring it out a little bit, press G just to move it. So I think that's long enough. E. And then I'm going to scale it outwards. So you've literally just extruded it over the top and then just expanded it out. So we're going to go G, move it forward a little bit. E again. E again. Scale it inwards, just slightly. E again. And this is just going to be the front part. And scale outwards. E, scale outwards again, scale it. This is just going to be the front part of the screwdriver. And I'm just going to scale that one in. So now we want to do the handle. And if we go back to object mode, we'll add a cylinder. Rotate that by 90 degrees. Scale outwards. You want to scale across, sorry. S to scale. Then we're going to place it where the handle should go. Now this is a little bit longer than we want it to be, so we're just going to scale that down a little bit. Just put it back in there. I think. Maybe just move it down a little bit more. Shrink it down just a little bit. Okay, so the end part here, we want to kind of squish it down a little bit. So, we go into edit mode, E for extrude, and then we're just going to scale it down on one side. This is just a basic screwdriver, so I mean, like, you could edit this however you'd like to, so it's smooth. And then I'm going to go E for extrude. Let's see. Actually, I'm going to scale this out first. And I was thinking about putting, like, maybe the end just there with this object, but to be honest with you, they're most squared off, so I'm going to put a cube. And then move it across, and then we're just going to scale this down until it fits the end of our handle right there. And then I'm going to sculpt it out from there. Okay, so I think that should be roughly right. E for extrude, scale it outwards just slightly along the same axis, and then we're just going to go straight ahead, straight forward, and maybe just round it off just a little bit at the ends. So that would be just a basic screwdriver. I could have made it a little bit better, but I think that would do for a basic screwdriver. You could just add the metal as well. So I mean, like, shade smooth, make this smooth as well. If you really wanted to, I don't think it'd be practical making that smooth. But let's see, let's add some red on there. Where are we at? Just change the Cycles engine. We want a metallic on this one. It's like dark grey. Maybe turn the roughness down a little bit. Maybe just a bit lighter. And then this one, we're just going to go with the same colour. So yeah, that's your basic screwdriver. Let's see. I changed that to 500. Oh, no, actually no, 200. 200, yeah, 200 was a good choice. I'm just going to put a plane on there so you guys can see it a little better. I'm going to adjust that lighting as well. That's really harsh. Let's see, let's put it at 50. No, we don't want to go for 50. Let's go put it at 10. Nope, 5. 5's a little better. Oh. But yeah, there you go. That's your basic screwdriver. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you in the next one. Alright, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we are going to be doing a couple of trees with kind of like a moon type background with some stars and stuff. So what I'm going to do, let's go ahead and I'm going to show you the preferences menu because you guys are going to need the sampling tree gen. So sampling tree gen can be found in the add-ons. So you're going to go to edit and then preferences, then add-ons. I don't think you can see the pop-out on this side, but yeah, it's preferences and then go to add-ons. And you want to type in tree gen and just go ahead and check the box for tree gen. So what we're going to do, we're going to go with add to begin with. And then, you know, I'm going to delete the default cube before we begin with that. But we're going to go add. You want curve, sampling tree gen. So, with this particular one, I've got my screencasting keys just over the top of it. Just 1 second, I'm just going to turn these off. We got sampling tree gen just here in the corner. What you can do is you can change your tree to anything that you really want with load present. So you can have like birches, you can have anything that you want really. So since this is a Halloween kind of project, we're not going to add the leaves, but I'm just going to leave this as a genetic tree. So what I'm going to do, will come from this angle right here. I'm going to go ahead and add a plane. We're going to scale this up. So you've got it going quite a distance. And scale it up in the background too. I'm going to go ahead and add the camera to this angle right here. So all you need to do is view, align view, align camera to view. Just going to press G and move this around a little bit. And R for rotate as well. I'll turn the screencasting keys back on. So R for rotate, just hold the center scroll right there. And we're just going to go ahead and just move this to where we need it to be. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and move this tree just to the side right here. Let's put it just here so it's just off center. And then I'm going to go ahead and just add some more. Rotate this just ever so slightly so you've got that little bit of difference going on. And what you can do is you can put these into the distance a little bit too. So let's go ahead, rotate this, kind of make a little bit of a forest. So if I go ahead and just have this as the camera angle and then the trees, what we can do, I'm going to go ahead and make a material. So let's go new with material. We'll say tree. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put them as kind of a dark brown just for the time being. Make sure that every tree has got this. Let's see, tree right there. Okay, so I'm going to take these three. And I'm going to go ahead, Shift D, and just start duplicating them all over the place basically. And we're just going to make a forest. You can go ahead, put these backwards, rotate them slightly. Just basically make a space. Take these ones. You'll notice as well they start to disappear in the background. Don't worry, I'll teach you how to amend that. Let's go ahead and put some more here. Just gonna rotate these round. Random patterns and stuff like that. And then we can take the entire thing, just box